Chapter 59 In Utter Humiliation. Yang Yi shook his head forcefully and then opened his eyes. The first thing that entered his gaze was a few old men, and he knew all these old men. They were the elders of the outer court. However, there was something off about them. Because these old men were staring at him with excited expressions at this moment, and their gazes seemed like that of a scoundrel who'd laid eyes on a peerlessly beautiful woman that was completely nude. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi felt a wave of disgust. He was just about to speak when Elder Qian took a step towards him, and then he asked with a slightly trembling voice. Little Yang, you passed through the 22 level? Elder Qian clenched his fists as soon as he finished speaking. It wasn't just him, even the other elders at the side had done the same. Obviously, all of them were nervous, or perhaps it could be said that they were excited and delighted. When he heard this, Yang Yi thought of the voice he'd heard in the room earlier, and he said truthfully, Elder Qian, I don't know if I passed through it. However, it said that I can come to cultivate within the Sword Servant Pagoda in the future, and I can challenge the remaining levels after I attain the King Realm. When they heard Yang Yi, all the outer court elders glanced at each other, and their eyes carried undisguised shock. After a short while, Elder Qian hesitated for a moment and asked, Little Yang, is what you said true? Did someone really speak to you? If it was any other elder that doubted him like that, then Yang Yi would definitely feel displeased. However, he wouldn't feel this way when facing Elder Qian. He immediately nodded and said, Elder Qian, even if I deceived others, I wouldn't deceive you. There's a sword formation on the 22 level. After the energy swords of the sword formation posed no further threat to me, that voice appeared, and then I arrived outside. The elders exchanged glances once more. This time, they didn't doubt him any longer. Actually, they hadn't doubted him in the beginning. They'd asked him for a second time only because they wanted to confirm it, and they had now. So, besides Elder Qian, all the other elders didn't say another word before turning around and leaving with solemn expressions. This matter was extraordinary, and they had to notify the Grand Elder. Yang Yi paid no attention to the unusual actions of the old men, and he was just about to stand up and stretch his limbs. Right at this moment, a woman that wore a red dress suddenly arrived before him. When he saw this woman's appearance, Yang Yi was instantly dazed, and his breath was taken away. The woman was extremely beautiful, truly extremely beautiful. In Yang Yi's life, only Su Qingshi's appearance could compare with this woman that stood before him. Even though their appearances were on par, their dispositions were completely different. Su Qingshi's disposition was simple, elegant, and cold. She was like an otherworldly celestial maiden. On the other hand, this woman before him was different. This woman was beautiful because she was provocative. Yes, no matter if it was her appearance or dressing, they were extremely provocative. Even if she didn't speak or do anything as she stood there, it caused one's blood to surge. Yang Yi suppressed the feelings in his heart, and right when he was about to speak, the woman before him had sized him up and said, You passed through the 21-22 level? Yang Yi was stunned when he heard this, and then he nodded before he asked, You're? The woman didn't answer Yang Yi. She raised her head and looked towards the Sword Servant Pagoda instead, and then a cold glow flashed in her eyes. After a long time, her gaze descended once more onto Yang Yi, and she said, Can you tell me what sort of tests were on the 21-22 levels? I'll owe you a favor for it. Yang Yi smiled and said, You don't have to owe me a favor. It's only a trivial matter. The 21st level was a test of the mind, and if there was no problem in one's mental state, then it was very likely that one can pass directly through it. As for the 22 level, it's a sword formation. 100 energy swords will attack the challenger after every 5 breaths of time, and it's extremely difficult. The woman's beautiful brows raised, and she sized Yang Yi up once more before she said in a low voice, The 22 level isn't an illusion? Yang Yi was right about to say something. Right at this moment, a breeze blew by. Yang Yi felt chilly throughout his body, and he lowered his head subconsciously to look. After that, Yang Yi froze. In less than a breath of time, Yang Yi cried out loudly with a voice that tore through the sky, and then he hurriedly covered a certain spot with both his hands before he executed Gale steps to the limit and vanished on the spot while roaring laughter resounded from the surroundings. As they watched Yang Ye's naked figure vanish into the distance, all of them roared even louder with laughter, and even Elder Qian had started laughing. Yes, Yang Yi was completely naked when he arrived outside. In the beginning, everyone had noticed this since the beginning, yet they didn't tell him because they were still in shock. All of them had recovered from their shock when Yang Yi spoke with the woman in a red dress. As they watched Yang Yi talk with a beauty while completely naked, for some unknown reason, all of them including Elder Qian hadn't warned Yang Yi. Elder Qian laughed for a while, and then he turned around to look at everyone in the surroundings as he said in a serious expression. Those that aren't participants of the outer court exam, go do what you're supposed to be doing. Those that are participants of the outer court exam and pass through the 5th level of the Sword Servant Pagoda, congratulations, you're already an outer court disciple of the Sword Sect. Those that win the top 10 positions in the competition tomorrow will obtain rewards from the sect. Now, all of you go rest. When he spoke up to here, Elder Qian glanced at those youths in the surroundings and said, As for those that were unable to pass through the exam, all of you can rest for a night in the Sword Sect. But all of you must leave the Sword Sect tomorrow. If you're found to be still within the Sword Sect in the afternoon tomorrow, then the Sword Sect will drive you out by force. All the youths cheered when they heard Elder Qian. No matter what, they were disciples of the Sword Sect from now on, and they would have cultivation resources. On the other hand, some youths sighed with dejection, and their disappointment was utterly obvious for everyone to see. All of them weren't just entrusted with the hopes of their family, they were even shouldering their own future. Unfortunately, they'd failed. As it was said, while some are happy, there are always some that are sad. At a place that no one paid attention to, Su Qingshi seemed to be lost in thought as she watched Yang Yi flee. She'd arrived here when Yang Yi passed through the 20th level. However, she didn't allow anyone to notice her. Truthfully speaking, Yang Ye's performance had exceeded her expectations. She was very clearly aware of exactly how terrifying the 19th and 20th level of the Sword Servant Pagoda was. At that time, she'd been defeated in the battle with the King-rank Dark Beast. But she'd never imagined that Yang Yi would actually defeat the King-rank Dark Beast and even pass through the 22nd level. This had really exceeded her expectations. After a long time, Su Qingshi withdrew her gaze, and then she gazed at the scroll in her hand. The content of the scroll was, Yang Yi male. 17 years old. From South Peace City in the Grand Qin Empire's state of Jing. He possesses a steady disposition, and he placed great importance on his ties with others. However, he's extremely vengeful. Because of his mother and younger sister, there's irreconcilable enmity between him and the South Peace City's Lu clan. 20 years ago, his mother... Su Qingshi gazed at the scroll for a long time, and then she sighed. After that, she exerted slight force with her hand, and the scroll instantly transformed into pieces that scattered in the air. You're the Sword Sect's Cool Breeze Gorge. I completely lost face. It was an utter humiliation. Those damnable elders actually didn't tell me about it. How am I supposed to face others in the future? It was such an embarrassment. After he wore a set of clothes, Yang Yi cursed without end. When he recalled that he'd actually been naked in front of so many people, and he'd even chatted with a woman for that long, Yang Yi was simply embarrassed to death. How am I supposed to face others in the future? What's so embarrassing about that? Isn't it just a few kilograms of flesh? So, what if others took a few glances at it? The woman in a red dress had suddenly appeared behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi was shocked in his heart when he heard the woman, and he turned around to look at the woman while revealed an extremely heavy expression. He'd actually not noticed when the woman had arrived behind him. So, if the woman launched a sneak attack against him then... Yang Yi didn't dare continue on this train of thought. Who are you? Yang Yi asked in a low voice. Muro Miao. The woman smiled and said, All of them like to call me a demonic woman. Yes, I'm that person that passed through the 20th level. When he heard this, Yang Yi was slightly surprised and he said, You're that demonic woman that's ranked at the top of the outer court rankings? Yang Yi had heard of this demonic woman in the past. However, he'd never met her in the past. Moreover, because he was reduced to a labor disciple, he hadn't paid any attention to those people on the outer court rankings. But he'd heard of this demonic woman's reputation. Supposedly, this demonic woman was an extremely monstrous genius, and she was invincible in the outer court. It was even to the extent that some outer court elders weren't a match for her. In the past, Yang Yi doubted this slightly, but he believed it slightly now. Not to mention anything else, just this demonic woman's movement technique and ability to conceal her auras were something that Elder Feng Yu and Elder Qian couldn't compare to. Muro Miao didn't answer Yang Yi, and she asked instead. All the other participants of the outer court exam that were teleported out from the Sword Servant Pagoda, and me included, were only mentally exhausted, yet your entire body was covered in injuries. So, the 20-tuned level isn't an illusion but reality? When he heard this, Yang Yi went silent for a moment, and then he said, I feel that it's real. Not to mention anything else, the injuries that cover my body can prove it. Muro Miao went silent, and then she asked after a long time, Why didn't you continue? Yang Yi shook his head and said, After I overcame the sword formation at the 20-tune level, I was directly teleported out. As for why this happened, I'm not very sure as well. Yang Yi didn't tell her everything because he wasn't familiar with this demonic woman after all. Oh, said Muro Miao. After that, she glanced at Yang Yi and didn't continue asking this question. She said, You can be considered to be a real outer court disciple now, so let's spar if you have the time in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Yang Yi's answer before she turned around and leaped, and then she vanished at the entrance to the gorge. What a strange girl! Yang Yi shook his head and smiled as he gazed at the spot where Muro Miao vanished. After that, he walked towards the entrance of the gorge. He still remembered that some people owed him a profound rank sword and the vermilion spirit fruit that the little fellow wanted to obtain at all costs, even if the little fellow had to seize it by force. Chapter 60. A Letter from Home. Yang Yi arrived at the outer court peak, and after inquiring for a while, he finally found Jiang Yuan's residence. After he found Jiang Yuan, Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and directly asked from Crimson Red. At this moment, Jiang Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly. The Crimson Red sword was the present his grandfather had given him on the day he became a First Heaven Realm expert, and it was his one and only profound rank dark treasure. Besides, for the sake of showing off, the reason he'd utilized it to make a bet that day was because he was confident in his own ability, and he felt that he would absolutely not lose. However, who would have expected that this fellow before him would actually break the sword sex records from the past 100 years? As he gazed at Jiang Yuan, Yang Yi frowned and said, Concede defeat and quickly hand it over. I still have to go look for that woman. There's no need for that. I've already brought it over. Meanwhile, a woman's voice sounded out from behind Yang Yi. It was none other than Qingxue who made the bet with Yang Yi and Jiang Yuan that day. She walked over to Yang Yi and didn't speak a word before her index finger, which she wore her ring on, shook lightly, and then an exquisite little box appeared in her hand. After that, she passed it over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi received it from her before he opened it to have a look. A strand of fragrance assaulted his face, and he saw the fruit from that day. Yang Yi smiled as he nodded lightly to Qingxue, and then he put the box away before he turned around to look at Jiang Yuan. He said in an indifferent voice, Hand over the sword, don't make me look down on you. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment before he said, Yang Yi, this crimson red sword is a treasure passed down in my Jiang clan. How about? Yang Yi glanced at Jiang Yuan, and then he said, I'm not an unreasonable person. How about this? You can give me something of equivalent value to the crimson red sword. When he heard Yang Yi, Jiang Yuan hurriedly withdrew some things. There were dark treasures, techniques, and spirit herbs. However, their value was simply like the difference between the heavens and the earth when compared to the crimson red sword, which was at the profound rank. As he gazed at those things, a wisp of a cold smile suffused the corners of his mouth. Is this fellow trying to act shamelessly? Meanwhile, Qingxue ridiculed from the side. Jiang Yuan, if you want to go back on your word, then be frank about it. You've even withdrawn all of these pieces of trash? Do you think Yang Ye's a 3-year-old child? She truly didn't have a good impression of Jiang Yuan, or it could be said that he didn't have any good impression of arrogant and haughty people like Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan glanced at Qingxue with a gloomy expression, and then he looked at Yang Yi and said, Yang Yi, even though the value of these things isn't on par with the crimson red sword, they're useful to you right now. How about this? Keep all of these things and take it as a form of friendship, all right? Yang Yi shook his head and said, I don't want to form any sort of friendship with you. I've changed my mind. I only want the crimson red sword. Accept your defeat and hand it over. A wisp of a cold glow flashed past Jiang Yuan's eyes, and he said in a low voice, Yang Yi, don't act in such an uncompromising way. Yang Yi shook his head at Jiang Yuan, and he didn't waste his breath any longer. He directly executed the Gale Steps technique and instantly arrived before Jiang Yuan, and then he suddenly launched a punch at Jiang Yuan's chest. Yang Yi wasn't one that liked to waste his breath. This fellow, Jiang Yuan, obviously didn't want to hand the crimson red sword over, so he would only be wasting his time if he continued wasting his breath on Jiang Yuan. Since it was like that, then it was better to directly make a move against Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan and Qingxue had both never imagined that Yang Yi would actually attack directly. Jiang Yuan didn't have the time to think, and he instinctively smashed his fist towards Yang Ye's fist. Crack! A clear and melodious sound of bones breaking resounded. Jiang Yuan let out a shrill cry, and he was just about to retreat and increase the distance between him and Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi had suddenly grabbed onto his fist that had become weak from having its bones broken, and then he pulled Jiang Yuan's fist towards him before his left hand moved forward and grabbed, allowing him to directly grab a hold of Jiang Yuan's neck. I'll count to 3. If you still don't hand the crimson red sword over, then I'll kill you! As he held Jiang Yuan's neck, Yang Ye's voice that didn't carry any emotion sounded out, and he said, 1. Jiang Yuan's countenance was ghastly pale, and he was astounded in his heart. Never had Jiang Yuan imagined that Yang Ye's physical strength would be so formidable, and his speed would be so swift. Jiang Yuan didn't even have the time to react before his neck was already in Yang Ye's hands. 2. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed while a strand of ghastly killing intent flashed within them. Jiang Yuan's countenance grew even paler when he noticed the killing intent in Yang Ye's eyes, and a strand of terror instantly filled his body. Right when Yang Yi was about to shout 3, Jiang Yuan subconsciously withdrew the crimson red sword and said in a hoarse voice, I concede. After he took the crimson red sword in his hand, Yang Yi let go of Jiang Yuan's neck, and then he didn't even spare a glance at Jiang Yuan as he placed the crimson red sword into his spatial ring before turning around and leave. He took a few steps before he suddenly turned around to look at Jiang Yuan as he said, Actually, I forgot to tell you that unless it's on the life and death arena, killing is prohibited in the sword sect. You're new, so it's normal that you're unaware of that. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't spare another glance at Jiang Yuan, who had a livid expression, and he turned around and left. On the other hand, after she recovered from her shock, Qingxue glanced at Jiang Yuan with disdain, and then she ran off in Yang Ye's direction. Jiang Yuan clenched his fists tightly with a livid expression, and his eyes seemed as if they could spray flames. Since he was young, he never suffered such a humiliation. No, it was a disgrace. It was his disgrace. Yang Yi, just you wait! Jiang Yuan roared in a low voice as he gazed towards the direction Yang Yi took. At the training grounds, Yang Yi gazed at the woman called Qingxue who stood before him, and he said, Miss Qingxue, if you have something to say, then be frank. Qingxue gazed at Yang Yi and said, The disciples of clans are extremely proud, and they're mostly narrow-minded. Since you treated Jiang Yuan in that way just now, then if he has the chance in the future, he'll definitely not let you off. Yang Yi smiled when he heard this, and he said, Firstly, thank you for your advice. You're right, with Jiang Yuan's proud disposition, he'll absolutely not forget this matter. But, so what about that? I should give up the crimson-red sword out of fear that he would take revenge? If it's mine, and if I have the strength, then I don't mind forcefully reclaiming what belongs to me. You're very domineering and extremely arrogant. Qingxue gazed at Yang Yi as she spoke. Yang Yi shook his head and said, I'm not domineering or arrogant. Miss Qingxue, you've just arrived at the sword sect, so I'll give you a suggestion. When facing people like Jiang Yuan who ask for insult, you shouldn't reason with them, because if you do, then they'll think you're afraid of them, and they'll act even more shamelessly. You can only utilize your fists to make them take the initiative to reason with you. Qingxue thought for a moment, and then she started smiling before she said, Thank you for your suggestion. I think it's extremely useful. Right, may I ask if you've already attained the first heaven realm? Yang Yi shook his head. Then why were you able to subdue Jiang Yuan, who's at the first heaven realm, with a single move? Qingxue spoke with astonishment. The first heaven realm? Yang Yi smiled and said, Miss Qingxue, you think that Jiang Yuan advanced into the first heaven realm by normal means? In any case, I think he definitely utilized external forces to attain the first heaven realm. Do you think that someone who attained the first heaven realm through the use of external forces would possess the strength of a true first heaven realm expert? Moreover, I'd launched a surprise attack against him, and caught him off guard as well. So, that's how it is. Qingxue nodded, and then she said, Right, some of the new outer court disciples have established a small group, and I'm temporarily acting as the leader of this small group. Are you willing to join us? Right, Jiang Yuan has probably established another small group with some other outer court disciples. When he heard this, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he shook his head and said, I won't be joining it. As if he'd thought of something, he added, Of course, it isn't because I'm proud or something like that. The main reason is that there's enmity between me and someone on the outer court ranking, and he probably has a small group of his own. If I join your group now, then it would only be harmful to all of you. Qingxue went silent for a moment, and then she said, The group has only been established now. Even though I'm the leader of it, but I still don't have any authority yet. If that person that has enmity with you targets our small group, then it's very likely to cause our small group to immediately fall apart. How about this? I'll invite you to join after I establish a certain level of authority in the group. What do you think? Let me declare in advance that I'm not afraid of that enemy of yours. Yang Yi nodded with a satisfied feeling in his heart. The reason he'd spoken with this woman for so long was that he would rather have another friend than another enemy. Now, when he heard what Qingxue said, he felt that it was worth making friends with this woman. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi smiled and said, Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Yang Yi, from South Peace City. Qingxue was stunned when she heard Yang Yi, and then she revealed a smile and said, Song Qingxue, Martial Proclamation City. She'd personally witnessed Yan Ye's natural talent and strength, and she didn't hate his character and disposition, so she didn't feel any aversion towards becoming friends with such a person. Just like this, Yang Yi had one more friend in the sword sect. If Jiang Yuan shows signs of taking any actions against you, then I'll notify you at the first possible moment. As soon as she finished speaking, Qingxue turned around and left. Right when Qingxue had just left, a labor disciple ran over to Yang Yi, and the labor disciple passed an envelope to Yang Yi and said, Big brother Yang, this your letter from home. Yang Yi withdrew some gold coins and passed it to that labor disciple. After that labor disciple left, Yang Yi opened the envelope, and his expression changed abruptly when he read the content of the letter. Chapter 61 Returning Home. Lu Clan. If anything happens to my younger sister and mother, then it'll annihilate your entire clan. Yang Yi held tightly onto the little in his hand while his expression was savage and terrifying, and he walked quickly to Elder Qian's residence. The letter wasn't written by little Yao, and it was Qing Hong instead. The letter said that Yang Ye's younger sister and mother had suffered a sneak attack by a group of unknown black-clothed people 2 days ago. This group of black-clothed people was extremely formidable, and the three of them were utterly unable to resist these black-clothed people. Fortunately, these black-clothed people didn't desire to take his younger sister and mother's lives, and they only intended to capture the two of them. However, luckily, his younger sister and mother hadn't been captured by them because the sudden appearance of Qing Hong and the others had taken those black-clothed people by surprise. The battle between them had drawn over the patrolling guards in South Peace City, and the black-clothed people withdrew when the patrol arrived. Qing Hong hadn't hesitated at all to send Yang Yi a letter asking Yang Yi to think of a way to overcome all of this. When he saw the content of this letter, the first thought that entered Yang Yi's mind was the Lu clan. His family had practically no enemies within South Beast City, and it only had a great deal of conflict with the Lu clan. Especially after he formed an agreement to fight Lu Qingyu on the life and death arena, this conflict between them had become irreconcilable. After feeling furious, Yang Yi felt fortunate. He felt fortunate that had asked Qing Hong's group of 3 to head to South Peace City and protect his younger sister and mother, because if they weren't there, then his younger sister and mother would have probably been unable to avoid disaster. After feeling fortunate, he was furious again. His younger sister and mother were the most important people in his life, yet the Lu clan had actually dared to make a direct move against them. So, at this moment, Yang Yi truly desired to annihilate the Lu clan. Elder Qian, am going back to South Peace City. Within Elder Qian's room, Yang Yi gazed at Elder Qian while he spoke in a low voice. When he saw Yang Yi arrive with a gloomy expression, and after he heard what Yang Yi said, Elder Qian was stunned. After that, he said, Yang Yi, the competition between all of you new outer court disciples will begin tomorrow, and the top 10 will receive rewards from the sword sect. There are profound rank techniques amongst those rewards. Moreover, it's very likely that the peak masters of the other peaks will remember the names of the top 10. This is an opportunity. Yang Yi shook his head, and then he told Elder Qian about what had occurred in South Peace City. Elder Qian's expression turned solemn after he heard Yang Yi, and he said, This is probably related to Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu? Yang Yi was puzzled, and he asked, Isn't he in the sword sect? Elder Qian shook his head and said, Lu Qingyu left the sword sect when you ascended to the 21st level of the sword servant pagoda, and 2 other disciples that were ranked on the outer court rankings had left along with him. At that time, I didn't pay much attention to it, and I thought that after he found out about your natural talent, had returned to South Peace City to ask his Lu clan to get on friendly terms with your family. But I never expected that he hadn't returned to get on friendly terms with you, and had returned to deal with you instead. A wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed through Yang Yi's eyes when he heard this, and he said, Only 2 months remained before the agreed-upon battle between him and me would commence. Looks like he can't wait to eliminate me. Elder Qian said, Little Yang, with your current potential and natural talent, do you truly think that the sword sect would allow him to kill you on the life and death arena? It wouldn't. Even if you lose on the life and death arena, the sword sect wouldn't allow him to kill you because your existence is related to the next ascension rankings, and Lu Qingyu probably understands this principle. So, if he wants to kill you, then he can only leave the sword sect, and the reason he intends to capture your younger sister and mother is probably for the sake of drawing you out of the sword sect. Yang Yi bowed to Elder Qian, and then he said, Elder Qian, am already an outer court disciple now. So, in other words, I can leave the sword sect at any time to temper myself. I want to ask Elder Qian to allow me to utilize the teleportation formations at the teleportation platform. Utilizing the teleportation formation was the reason Yang Yi had come to look for Elder Qian. Because outer court disciples didn't possess the qualifications to utilize the teleportation formations, and in the outer court, only the elders could utilize it. Elder Qian said in a low voice, Lu Qingyu's strength has already attained the 3rd rank of the 1st heaven realm, and the 2 disciples that left with him are respectively at the 1st rank and 2nd rank of the 1st heaven realm. At this moment, you're only at the 9th rank of the mortal realm, and you're utterly not a match for them. How about this? I'll head to South Peace City and meditate with the Lu clan while you rest at ease and cultivate in the sword sect. What do you think? Yang Yi shook his head and said, Elder Qian, the enmity between the Lu clan and I are already irreconcilable, and the Lu clan probably understands this as well. Even if they promise Elder Qian on the surface that they wouldn't cause trouble for my younger sister and mother, they'd still make a move in secret. And going back this time was the exact intention of putting an end to the enmity with the Lu clan. As he finished speaking, Yang Ye's tone had become extremely cold and ghastly. Elder Qian's lips moved, yet he didn't continue persuading Yang Yi any longer. He was extremely clearly aware of the status Yang Ye's younger sister and mother had in his heart. The Lu clan's actions of making a move against his younger sister and mother had truly touched Yang Ye's reverse scale. Just as Yang Yi had said, it was truly irreconcilable this time. However, it was very likely that Yang Yi might suffer misfortune when he returned this time. After all, the strengths of Lu Qingyu and those other two disciples were absolutely not something Yang Yi could go against. However, he was very clearly aware that even if he didn't allow Yang Yi to utilize the teleportation formation, Yang Yi would rush back to South Peace City all the same. He had a very good understanding of Yang Ye's temper. Elder Qian sighed in a low voice after a long time. Come, I'll take you to the teleportation platform. Thank you, Elder Qian. Yang Yi cupped his fists towards Elder Qian as he spoke. Elder Qian shook his head and said with a low voice, I'll take you to the teleportation platform, but I won't help you deal with the Lu clan. You ought to be clearly aware that the Grand Qin Empire is extremely averse towards sects interfering in the enmity of the mortal world. If I interfere, then it's very likely to cause conflict between the Sword Sect and the Grand Qin Empire. Even though he really cared about Yang Yi, he would absolutely not bring harm to the sect because of Yang Yi. I understand. Elder Qian continued. Besides that, you're not returning to South Peace City now as a disciple of the Sword Sect, and you're returning as a labor disciple. Understand? Yang Yi was stunned, and then he came to an understanding. If he entered into battle with the Lu clan, and he was a disciple of the Sword Sect, then it would undoubtedly cause the Grand Qin Empire to be displeased with the Sword Sect. When he thought up to here, he said, Elder Qian, I understand. However, everyone knows that I'm already an outer court disciple now. So, Elder Qian shook his head and said, You're not a true disciple of the Sword Sect yet. In order to become a disciple of the Sword Sect, you have to wait until after the competition tomorrow. The sect will distribute the sect's uniform, and your names will be recorded on the Sword Sect's register for disciples. Only then will you be considered as a disciple of the Sword Sect. Strictly speaking, you're not a disciple of the Sword Sect now. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he nodded and said, I understand. Elder Qian nodded and said, Come, I'll take you to the teleportation platform. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and headed out of his residence. Yang Yi hurriedly followed him. The Sword Sect was built on Void Mountain, and Void Mountain continued on for over 500 kilometers, and there were 7 main peaks and 36 small peaks in the Sword Sect. Every single peak towered into the clouds, and they were extremely far away from each other. Especially the distance between the 7 main peaks. If one walked on foot, then an outer court disciple would at least have to walk for a few days. So, there was a teleportation platform on every single peak in the Sword Sect, and these teleportation formations provided teleportation towards the other peaks. Of course, these teleportation formations weren't for the use of outer court disciples, and it was for the inner court disciples, elite disciples, and elders of the 7 main peaks to utilize. As for why the outer court disciples couldn't utilize them, it was because the outer court disciples lacked the strength to utilize them. There were dangers when it came to teleportation formations. When one is teleported, it would cause that person to feel dizzy and uncomfortable throughout the body. If that person's strength was too weak, it might even cause that person to become muddled or even fall unconscious during the teleportation process. If one lost consciousness while being teleported, don't worry, it wouldn't lead to death, and it would only lead to a loss of all mental ability. Such cases had occurred in the Sword Sect in the past. Thus, from then onwards, the Sword Sect prohibited outer court disciples from utilizing the teleportation formations. Yang Yi and Elder Qian arrived at the teleportation platform. When the disciples guarding the teleportation platform saw that it was Elder Qian, they bowed to him and paid no further attention to him. The teleportation platform was a few meters high, and it was a stone platform that was over 30 m wide. There were over 100 light blue circles on the stone platform. Every single blue circle represented a peak. Of course, some were connected to other places like dangerous areas in the Grand Myriad Mountains or some cities within the Grand Qin Empire. As he gazed at those circles, Yang Yi knew that he could absolutely not enter the wrong circle. Otherwise, once he did and was teleported to a place like the territory of a king-ranked dark beast in the Grand Myriad Mountains, then he would really be unable to return with his life. Moreover, such an accident seemed to have occurred in the past. Fortunately, from that day onward, the light blue circles were labeled with their destinations. Chapter 62 Giving the Sword Chest Away. Elder Qian pointed at one of the light blue little circles and said, "This teleportation formation leads to Rising Sun City. Once you arrive there, you can choose to ride the flying beasts of merchant groups and head to South Peace City. Of course, you can also utilize the intercity teleportation formation of the Grand Qin Empire, but it's extremely expensive." Elder Qian withdrew 2 talismans and passed it to Yang Yi as he said, "This is a low-grade Strider talisman and a mid-grade healing talisman. The Strider talisman can improve your speed by 30% for 4 hours, whereas the healing talisman is able to quickly heal any injuries you suffer so long as it's not one that has injured your foundation." As he gazed at the 2 talismans that Elder Qian passed to him, Yang Yi's heart felt warm. He knew that even though Elder Qian was an outer court elder, such talismans were extremely precious to Elder Qian. After all, it was utterly impossible to exchange for such talismans without over 10,000 contribution points. As an outer court elder, Elder Qian only obtained a few hundred contribution points every single month. These 2 talismans weren't precious to Yang Yi, but Elder Qian's intentions really touched Yang Yi. Even though Elder Qian said that he wouldn't help Yang Yi, weren't these actions an indirect form of assistance? Yang Yi took a deep breath, and he didn't refuse it. He received the 2 talismans from Elder Qian and said seriously, "Thank you, Elder Qian." Elder Qian smiled as he shook his head and said, "It's only 2 talismans. There's no need to thank me at all. I can only help you this much. Go on." Yang Yi bowed to Elder Qian, and then he walked towards the blue circle. Right when Yang Yi was about to walk into the blue circle, a clear and melodious voice caused Yang Yi to stop moving. "Little laborer! Wait right there! Wait!" It was Bao's voice. Yang Yi turned around and looked down from the platform when he heard this voice. He saw Bao running swiftly towards him, and she was even waving as she ran. The corners of Elder Qian's mouth twitched when he saw Bao, and then he said, "She waited outside for 2 days when you were in the Sword Servant Pagoda. In the end, she returned to the Talisman Peak when you still didn't emerge from the pagoda. Right, both of you have a good chat. I want join in." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Qian didn't even wait for Yang Yi to answer him before he leaped towards the side, and as soon as he descended to the ground, he vanished from Yang Yi's field of vision with a few movements. As he watched Elder Qian run as if he was fleeing for his life, Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. "Looks like the outer court elders are extremely fearful and troubled by Bao." Bao ran over to Yang Yi and gasped heavily for breath. Her little face seemed to have flushed red from worry, and it was like an apple and was extremely cute. "Calm down and rest first. I want leave for now." Yang Yi smiled as he spoke. Bao glared at Yang Yi, and she said after resting for a moment, "Little laborer, Bao hates you to death. You didn't even come to look for me after you came out from there. Tell me, do you even take me to be a friend? Bao, I just came out from there not too long ago. Moreover, I don't know where the Talisman Peak is, so how could I go looking for you?" Yang Yi spoke in an aggrieved manner. "I don't care," Bao grunted and said. "In any case, you made me wait for 2 days, and I want you to compensate me. That's your true objective, right?" said Yang Yi. Bao's face that had just returned to normal turned red once more. She seemed to have turned angry from embarrassment, and she raised her right leg and kicked Yang Yi forcefully before she said, I don't care, I don't care. You've made me angry. Give me the little fellow and I'll forgive you. I want the little fellow. Yang Yi's head ached slightly. Bao is really captivated by the little fellow. But even if Yang Yi was willing to give the little fellow to Bao, would the little fellow be willing to leave with Bao? Little laborer, give me the little fellow, all right? I guarantee that the little fellow will have a life of luxury by my side. I won't allow anyone to bully it, and I'll take extremely good care of it, all right? It wouldn't be happy if it follows you because you're too poor, said Bao. Yang Yi's face turned black. I admit that I'm poor, but what do you mean by it won't be happy? Yang Yi really wanted to throw Bao into his vortex dantian to see how happy the little fellow was within the pool of profound energy. Yang Yi thought for a moment before he said in a gentle voice, Bao, didn't I tell you already? If you want the little fellow, then you have to make the little fellow have a good impression of you and make the little fellow take you as a friend. So long as the little fellow takes you to be a friend, then would it refuse when you ask it to follow you? But the little fellow is always by your side, and Bao doesn't have any time to form a relationship with it at all. Why don't you give the little fellow to me, and allow me to form a relationship with it, all right? Of course, I won't treat you unfairly. As she spoke, Bao withdrew a sword chest and passed it to Yang Yi as she said, Look at this treasure, this is a great treasure. There are 36 high-grade yellow rank swords within it, and there's even an inscription on the sword chest. It's a mid-grade profound rank sword formation. It's very, 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 very formidable. As he gazed at the sword chest, Yang Yi's heart sped up uncontrollably. It was obviously a treasure at first sight, but he really couldn't give the little fellow away. Yang Yi took a deep breath and tried his best to avoid thinking about the sword chest, and he felt slightly amused as he gazed at Bao, who seemed like a little fox. Since they'd met, this little she-devil had first tried to obtain the little fellow by force, then Shed tried to be diplomatic, and now Shed tried to tempt him. This little she-devil will truly stop at nothing for the sake of the little fellow. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he said in a serious manner, Bao, truthfully speaking, I've been tempted by this sword chest. However, I really can't give the little fellow to you. It's only following by my side because of some reasons that even I don't understand fully. Moreover, just like you, the little fellow is my friend, and I don't have the right to give it to you. Bao went silent. After a short while she said, But I really, really like the little fellow, I really, really like it. Even though she's slightly unruly, she's still a child in the end. Yang Yi sighed in his heart, and he rubbed Bao's little head in a doting manner before he said in a gentle voice, Bao, let me ask you. Do you want to become friends with the little fellow, or do you want to take the little fellow to be your pet? Bao blinked and said, Is there any difference between that? Of course. Yang Yi said, Do you know why the little fellow is willing to stay by my side? Because it met you first. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and then he nodded and said, All right, that's also a reason. However, do you know why it wasn't tempted by you and still chose to stay by my side? Bao thought seriously for a moment and said, Perhaps you gave it even better things. Yang Yi was speechless. Why doesn't this little girl get into character? Can't you just ask me why? Yang Yi decided to stop asking, and he directly came to the point and said, The reason the little fellow is willing to stay by my side is that we're friends. It takes me to be a friend, and I take it to be a friend as well. While it stays by my side, it's free, and it can leave at any time. But if it follows you, then you'll take it to be a pet, and it would lose its freedom. If it was you, would you be willing to lose your freedom? Bao glanced doubtfully at Yang Yi and said, Little laborer, are you deceiving Bao? In the past, when Grandpa was unwilling to give Bao something, he would speak about many principles to me. Yang Yi. Right when Yang Yi was speechless, Bao said, However, I think what you said makes sense. In the future, I won't try to take the little fellow from you. They'll try to make friends with the little fellow. Yes, make friends, and not make it be Bao's pet. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. The little she-devil has finally come around. Bao passed the sword chest to Yang Yi and said, "I'll give this piece of trash to you. It just occupies space in my spatial ring. Alright, since there's nothing else, I'll be returning to the Talisman Peak." As she spoke, she turned around, yet after she took 2 steps, she seemed to have thought of something and turned around once more before she said, "Little laborer, Grandpa will be back soon, so you can't fall behind in the Tao of Talismans. Grandpa is extremely strict." "Of course not," said Yang Yi with a smile. Bauer nodded, and then she placed her hands behind her back as she jogged off into the distance. As he watched Bauer's pigtails swing about as she left, Yang Yi smiled, and his heart felt warm when he lowered his head and gazed at the sword chest in his hands. Yang Yi shook his head and placed the sword chest into his spatial ring, and then he walked into the teleportation formation. Chapter 63. Keep a slightly low profile? Rising Sun City was a large city that possessed a population of over 5 million. In terms of its scale and level of prosperousness, then amongst all the cities in the state of Jing, Rising Sun City was merely inferior to the capital city of the state of Jing. The prosperity of Rising Sun City could be said to be the contribution of the Sword Sect and the Grand Myriad Mountains. Even though the Sword Sect was at the bottom amongst the 6 extraordinary sects, its resources, reserves, and the strength of its higher-ups was still something that no one dared to underestimate. Of course, the most important reason was that the Sword Sect was a consumer of goods as well. The Sword Sect's population was huge. Even though all these people were mostly profounders still needed clothes and food. Moreover, they wanted to wear the best and eat the best. As for various other expenses, the Sword Sect's expenses were huge as well. So, the Sword Sect had its own businesses in the mortal world as well. Of course, these businesses were managed by members of the mortal world. The place the Sword Sect chose to do business was Rising Sun City. As for why the Grand Myriad Mountains were said to have contributed greatly, it was because of expenditure as well. Of course, it wasn't the members of the Sword Sect but those mercenaries around the Grand Myriad Mountains. All of these mercenaries that headed to the Grand Myriad Mountains to search for herbs and hunt dark beasts needed a place to purchase goods, and that place was Rising Sun City. After an unknown period of time, Yang Yi gradually heard the clamorous voices of a crowd. Moreover, the sounds and voices slowly grew more and more numerous. After a short moment, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and it was a young man over the age of 20 that appeared within his field of vision. When he saw Yang Yi open his eyes, the young man cupped his hands towards Yang Yi and said, "Senior brother, you're awake!" As he gazed at the man before him, Yang Yi asked, "You're?" The young man bowed and said respectfully, "Junior brother is called Ma Nan, and am an honorary disciple of the Sword Sect. Am in charge of serving the disciples of the sect that come to Rising Sun City, and am also a manager of this Happiness Inn." An honorary disciple? Yang Yi frowned slightly. But in next to no time, he came to an understanding. The position of honorary disciple usually referred to those disciples that managed the businesses of the Sword Sect in the mortal world. The status of these honorary disciples was similar to the labor disciples in the Sword Sect, and they didn't possess much status in the sect. However, they were slightly better than labor disciples because the names of honorary disciples were registered in the Sword Sect's register for disciples. Moreover, after honorary disciples provided a certain level of contribution to the sect, they could become outer court disciples. Yang Yi glanced at this honorary disciple called Ma Nan, and he was slightly surprised when he noticed Ma Nan's cultivation. Because this disciple called Ma Nan was actually at the 9th rank of the mortal realm. However, Yang Yi still shook his head because such natural talent of being at the 9th rank of the mortal realm while over the age of 20 was something the Sword Sect would definitely not take a liking to. Yang Yi stopped allowing his thoughts to be distracted, and he asked, "Brother Ma, may I know if there's a branch of the Talisman Masters Association in Rising Sun City?" Ma Nan was stunned when he heard Yang Yi's method of address, and then he hurriedly said, "Senior brother, it's fine to call me junior brother or little Ma. Ma Nan can't endure being addressed like that." All of these disciples of the Sword Sect were extremely haughty when they arrived at Rising Sun City, and they were extremely difficult to serve, so how could he dare to allow Yang Yi to address him respectfully as brother? Yang Yi shook his head and said with a smile, "Brother Ma, you're an honorary disciple of the Sword Sect. Since you're an honorary disciple, then we're brothers of the same sect. Perhaps others don't think in this way, but at the very least I do. There's no need to make a fuss about how I address you and tell me the answer to my question." Yang Yi understood that those disciples of the sect were extremely arrogant, and it was especially so when they faced these honorary disciples. They always seemed to feel a sense of superiority. However, Yang Yi didn't, because he had been a labored disciple who possessed a status that was even inferior to honorary disciples. When he heard this, Ma Nan took a glance at Yang Yi, and when he saw that Yang Yi's expressions didn't seem to be feigned, his impression towards Yang Yi improved greatly. He stopped making a fuss about the method of address and said, "In the past, the Talisman Masters Association didn't exist in Rising Sun City. However, after Rising Sun City's level of prosperity rose to become on par with the capital city in the state of Jing, the Talisman Masters Association opened up a branch in Rising Sun City. Senior brother, you intend to head to the Talisman Masters Association?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "I do intend to go there. Can Brother Ma lead the way? Truthfully speaking, it's my first time in Rising Sun City, and I don't know anything about the city." "Of course," Ma Nan agreed without any hesitation. Right when the two of them were about to leave, energy fluctuations suddenly arose from the teleportation formation that Yang Yi was standing on just moments ago, and then a young man that wore the robe of an outer court disciple walked out from within the teleportation formation. After he walked out of the formation, the young man took a glance at Yang Yi, and when he noticed that Yang Yi wasn't wearing the clothes of a disciple from the Sword Sect, he said to Ma Nan that stood by Yang Yi, said, "Little Ma, help me prepare some dried food and 5 sets each of clothes of various styles. Remember, I only want southern-style clothes. Make it quick, I'm in a hurry." Ma Nan cupped his fist to the man and said apologetically, "Senior brother Su Feng, I've already promised to lead this senior brother. How about I purchase everything for senior brother Su Feng once I bring him to his destination?" Su Feng was slightly surprised, and then he glanced at Yang Yi and said, "You're a disciple of the Sword Sect?" His voice carried a questioning tone. Yang Yi's brows knit together slightly, but he still nodded and said, "I just became an outer court disciple." Even though Elder Qian said that he wasn't considered to be an outer court disciple now, even Elder Qian himself probably didn't believe these words. Presently, Yang Yi only lacked a symbol of his identity. A wisp of a teasing smile appeared on Su Feng's face when he heard this, and he said, "So it's a junior brother that just became an outer court disciple." As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Ma Nan and said, "Quickly get what I need to be done. Don't blame me for being merciless if you're slow." All the new outer court disciples in the sword set would be ragged by the senior disciples in the outer court. Had been ragged in the past, and had ragged others as well. Now, he intended to rag Yang Yi. Ma Nan glanced at Yang Yi as if he was asking for Yang Yi's decision. If Yang Yi wasn't in a hurry, then he would get it done for Su Feng first. Yang Yi understood what Ma Nan meant upon noticing Ma Nan glancing at him. However, Yang Yi's time was extremely precious right now, so he immediately said, "Brother Ma Nan, please bring me over there first." If Su Feng had a good attitude towards him and was really in a hurry, then Yang Yi wouldn't mind allowing Ma Nan to deal with Su Feng first. However, Su Feng's attitude aroused extreme displeasure in Yang Yi's heart. So, since Su Feng had made him feel displeased, then why would he allow Su Feng to be pleased? Ma Nan was in a slightly difficult situation when he heard Yang Yi. He honestly wanted to take Yang Yi to the Talisman Masters Association first. After all, there was an order to things. However, Su Feng wasn't so easy to get along with, and if he really led the way for Yang Yi first, then Su Feng would definitely look for trouble with him. Su Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Junior brother, allow senior brother to teach you a principle. You should keep a low profile. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for you to survive in the sword sect." Yang Yi said with a smile. "You're right, one has to keep a low profile. Otherwise, it'll be extremely difficult to survive. Allow me to teach you a principle as well. These words are established on strength. What do you think? Oh? A wisp of a sneer curled up on the corners of Su Feng's mouth, and he said, So junior brother intends to have a spar with senior brother. Then allow senior brother to seek guidance from junior brother's extraordinary ability. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he smashed his fist at Yang Yi. Bang! A muffled bang resounded, and then a figure was blasted flying before fiercely smashing onto the wall. Yang Yi withdrew his fist and gazed at Su Feng, who lay at the foot of the wall, as he said, Why don't you know how to keep a low profile when you merely possess the strength of a 9th-rank mortal realm profounder? Would it kill you to keep a slightly lower profile? Ma Nan had completely frozen at the side. My God! That's a 9th-rank mortal realm expert. Yet he was actually unable to resist a single strike? Su Feng stood up slowly as he wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Yang Yi, and a wisp of fear flashed in his eyes before he said, You! Who are you? Yang Yi! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and spoke to Ma Nan, that was still frozen by his side. Brother Ma, take me to the Talisman Masters Association. Yang Yi didn't have even the slightest bit of a good impression towards haughty and arrogant disciples like Su Feng. Ma Nan nodded stiffly, and then he led Yang Yi out in a slightly mechanical manner. In his mind he was still thinking about that punch that Yang Yi had executed. It was too swift, it was truly too swift. Yang Yi. Suddenly Su Feng's eyes opened wide, and he said, He's that Yang Yi who ascended to the 22nd level. He didn't recognize Yang Yi because he'd gone home to visit his family during the period that the outer court exam was held. However, he'd heard of Yang Yi. Yes, when Yang Yi ascended into the 22nd level, this piece of information hadn't just spread throughout the Sword Sect, it had even spread outside the Sword Sect. He was burning with impatience to return to the Sword Sect this time because he intended to watch the competition between the new outer court disciples that would be held tomorrow. It should be said, as he wanted to lay eyes upon Yang Yi, had broken the Sword Sect's record in the Sword Servant Pagoda. However, never had he imagined that not only had he met Yang Yi beforehand, but had even fought Yang Yi. Moreover, had never ever imagined that he wouldn't even be able to resist a single strike from Yang Yi. As he watched Yang Yi and Ma Nan's figures gradually vanish into the distance, Su Feng muttered, As expected of the person that ascended into the 22nd level. What a formidable strength. Chapter 64: The Status of Talisman Masters. The Talisman Masters Association is a special organization in the Southern Territory. Compared to the 6 great powers, their members could be said to be pitiably few. Even though their members were very scarce, their strength is extremely formidable. Even if it's the Grand Qin Empire or the Origin School, they wouldn't rashly offend them. Not only would they not rashly offend the Talisman Masters Association, the Grand Qin Empire, and the 6 great powers provided the Talisman Masters Association with all sorts of special authority. On the way to the Talisman Masters Association, Ma Nan smiled as he explained to Yang Yi. Even though he was slightly curious about why Yang Yi would ask him about the Talisman Masters Association, but he didn't ask about it. Yang Yi asked curiously, Didn't you say that besides the 6 great powers and the Grand Qin Empire, it's another formidable power? Ma Nan nodded and said, It can be considered to be a power, but it's very much unlike the other powers because its members have their own freedom. The members of the association can join the various great powers, but it wasn't permanent, and it was a form of a contract instead. For example, strictly speaking, the Talisman Peak in our Sword Sect doesn't belong to our Sword Sect, and it's only cooperating with our Sword Sect. It isn't just the Sword Sect, even the Grand Qin Empire and the various other great powers have Talisman Masters. These Talisman Masters are mostly contracted by various powers, and they don't belong to those powers. For example, after a Talisman Master joins a sect, even if that sect is annihilated, the Talisman Master would be fine because he belonged to the Talisman Masters Association. anyone that touched him would suffer the revenge of the entire Talisman Masters Association. The revenge of the entire Talisman Masters Association? Yan Yi asked with surprise. Ma Nan nodded and said, the conditions to become a Talisman Master are extremely harsh. So, there are very few, pitiably few Talisman Master. Because there are so few of them, the Talisman Masters are extremely united. They had no choice but to be united because they were already few in number, and if they didn't remain united, then they would have probably ceased to exist since a long time ago. Yan Yi went silent when he heard up to here. In the past, he knew that the status of a Talisman Master was extremely exalted, yet had never expected that it would be so exalted. It was exalted to the point all the large powers had to give face to the Talisman Masters Association. Now, he finally understood why those outer court elders were afraid of offending Bao'er's grandfather. It turned out that Bao'er and her grandfather weren't members of the Sword Sect at all. Ma Nan continued. The status of Talisman Masters in the entire Southern Territory is truly aloof. For example, if Talisman Masters themselves commit any crimes, then the Grand Qin Empire wouldn't punish them, and they would allow the Talisman Masters Association itself to deal with the Talisman Masters. Of course, the precondition is that the crime isn't especially severe. Yang Yi was shocked once more, and he said, the laws of the Grand Qin Empire are useless against Talisman Masters? Yang Yi had grown up in the Grand Qin Empire, so he was naturally clearly aware of how strict the laws of the Grand Qin Empire were. The Grand Qin Empire ruled the empire by law, and the law could be said to be the foundation of the empire. After all, even if the disciples of the Origin School or the other sects committed crimes in the Grand Qin Empire, they would still be punished by the Grand Qin Empire. Ma Nan shook his head and said, it's not useless, and it's a special privilege given to the Talisman Masters Association by the Grand Qin Empire. Moreover, the Talisman Masters Association would usually not protect Talisman Masters that truly committed crimes. If a Talisman Master committed an extremely serious crime, then that Talisman Master would be stripped of his identity as a member of the association. Once that person's identity as a member of the association was stripped away, it represented that the Talisman Master wasn't protected by the Talisman Masters Association any longer, and didn't enjoy the various special privileges provided to members of the Talisman Masters Association. So that's how it is. Yan Yi nodded. This was comparatively normal and acceptable because the Grand Qin Empire would absolutely not allow a power to stay above the law. Because in this way, not only would it cause the Talisman Master to become insufferably arrogant, the authority of the Grand Qin Empire would be affected. So, how could the Grand Qin Empire allow such a thing to occur? Ma Nan said with a smile. Even though there are still some restraints, the status of Talisman Masters is extremely aloof. With their identities as Talisman Masters, they're welcomed and highly valued throughout the Southern Territory. No matter where they go, others would have to be courteous to them. Yang Yi smiled and nodded. Now, he really desired to thank Bao'er because it was Bao'er who allowed him to become a Talisman Master. With the identity of a Talisman Master, he didn't have to worry so much about the things he intended to do this time. Without them realizing it, they'd already arrived at the branch of the Talisman Masters Association in Rising Sun City. The branch of the Talisman Masters Association in Rising Sun City was situated in the most flourishing area of the city, and the association's building itself was extremely luxurious and grand. As he gazed at the building that stood before him, Yang Yi couldn't help but sigh with emotion about how wealthy Talisman Masters were. Even a branch of the association had 6 levels, and it was even completely built from diamond. After all, a palm-sized piece of diamond had a value of 10 gold coins. Moreover, 10 gold coins were sufficient for an ordinary family to live for a year. When he noticed Yang Yi being shocked by the branch that was built from diamond, Ma Nan said with a smile, Talisman Masters are famous for being wealthy. After all, any random talismans of theirs can be sold for a few tens of thousands of gold coins. Yang Yi nodded, and then he looked at Ma Nan and said, Brother Ma, I'll be going in to take care of some affairs. If you're not in a hurry, then please wait here for me. Senior brother intends to go in? Ma Nan was shocked, and then he hurriedly said, Senior brother, we can only look at the Talisman Masters Association from the outside. Had originally thought that Yang Yi had come to look around the Talisman Masters Association, and had never imagined that Yang Yi actually wanted to go in. This had utterly exceeded his expectations. Yang Yi smiled. He was just about to say something when a carriage rushed over swiftly from the street on their right. The carriage was extremely swift and slightly reckless, and it terrified the crowd on the street to the point of fleeing hurriedly to the sides. Looks like the Shao clan's third young miss has come to take the exam to become a talisman master again. As he gazed at the carriage, Ma Nan spoke in a low voice. The Shao clan? Yang Yi was slightly curious. Ma Nan nodded and explained. The Shao clan is a large clan that has just risen in Rising Sun City this year. The patriarch of the clan is a spirit realm expert, and this clan had a huge amount of authority in Rising Sun City. It's probably the Shao clan's third young miss who's sitting within the carriage. The reason the Shao clan was able to rise wasn't just because it possessed a spirit realm expert, and it's also because of this third young miss. As he gazed at the carriage, Yang Yi smiled and said, This third young miss is a talisman master, right? Ma Nan smiled and said, Actually, she can't be considered to be one. She only possesses the qualifications to become a talisman master. She possesses 5-element profound energy? Asked Yang Yi. Ma Nan shook his head and said, No, it's a type of mutated profound energy. One can become a talisman master without possession profound energy of the 5 elements? Yang Yi interrupted Ma Nan and asked with surprise because Bauer had told him that only possessors of 5-element profound energy could become talisman masters. Ma Nan was already accustomed to Yang Yi's ignorance, and he immediately explained. Actually, it isn't just possessors of 5-element profound energy who can become talisman masters. So long as one's profound energy doesn't disperse upon leaving the body, then that person can become a talisman master, and some mutated profound energy can accomplish this. Of course, it's much more inferior to the 5-element profound energy. So, no talisman master has taken this third young miss of the Shao clan as a disciple until now. Yang Yi nodded. Now, he finally understood that his profound energy that wasn't the profound energy of the 5 elements could allow him to become a talisman master because it was a form of mutated profound energy in the end. However, this mutated profound energy of mine seems to be more formidable than the profound energy of the 5 elements. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled, and then he said, Brother Ma, if you have something else to do, then you can return to the inn first. You'll be going in now. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi walked towards the Talisman Masters Association. Ma Nan hesitated for a moment, yet he didn't stop Yang Yi in the end. Even though the senior brother Yang didn't know many things, he wasn't an idiot. So, since Yang Yi intended to enter the branch, then Yang Yi was probably not courting death and really had affairs to attend to. Stop right there. Yang Yi was just about to walk through the door of the association when a young man obstructed his path. Yang Yi glanced at the man and was slightly surprised because the man was actually a First Heaven Realm expert. Moreover, such a First Heaven Realm expert was actually just a guard. Yes, the young man was a guard, and Yang Yi had directly overlooked the young man at the beginning. This is the Talisman Masters Association. Outsiders should leave at once. The young man spoke in a low voice. I want to take the exam to become a talisman master. Yang Yi spoke in a flat tone. The young man was stunned when he heard this, and then his expression softened slightly as he said, Do you have a letter of recommendation? A letter of recommendation? Yang Yi frowned slightly, and then he shook his head and said, I can't take the test without a letter of recommendation? When he heard Yang Yi, the young man's expression turned cold once more, and he said, Of course not. How busy are the talisman masters every single day? If just anyone could come to take a test, then would they have any time to study the Tao of talismans? All right, I won't waste my breath on you. Quickly leave this place, otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Yang Yi frowned once more. Had never expected that this exam actually required a letter of recommendation, and he didn't know any other talisman master besides Bauer. That master of mine probably has the qualification to provide me with a letter of recommendation, but where would I go looking for him? Let him enter with me. Right at this moment, a clear, melodious, and pleasant voice resounded from behind Yang Yi. Chapter 65. Who's your master? Yang Yi turned around. He noticed a woman in a green-colored dress grinning at him, and there was a gray-robed old man following behind her. The woman was around the age of 17 or 18. Her appearance wasn't exceptionally beautiful, yet it was very pleasing to the eye, and her face that had an indifferent grin on it revealed a tranquil and gentle bearing. It was precisely this bearing that instantly and greatly improved the woman's charm. Yang Yi sized the woman up with his gaze, and in the end, his eyes stopped at the woman's waist. As he gazed at the woman's slender waist, a wisp of amazement flashed in Yang Yi's eyes. The woman's waist was extremely slender like a willow tree during its first spring, and a beautiful curve was drawn out from amidst its slenderness and gracefulness. The woman nodded slightly to Yang Yi, and then she brought the old man along as she walked towards the young man and said, "I'm going to trouble Master Zhang anyway, so allow him to be tested as well. I think that Master Zhang would probably have no objections." The young man cupped his fist to the woman, and then he revealed a troubled expression and said, "Young Miss Xiao, you ought to know that my duty." The woman nodded with a smile, and then she withdrew 2 energy stones and passed it to the young man before she said, "Zhang Hun, I know it's difficult for you as well, but I hope that you can make an exception." The young man called Zhang Heng received the 2 energy stones while the troubled expression from before vanished from his face, and he said with a smile, "All right, he can go and try." "Right, young Miss Xiao, I hope you'll be able to pass the test this time. Thank you for your blessings." The woman smiled gently, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Let's go in." As she spoke, she walked towards the entrance. As he watched this entire process, how could Yang Yi not understand that the reason the man hadn't allowed him to enter was that he didn't offer the necessary bribe? Actually, he knew of all these principles of conduct, but had never expected that the members of the Talisman Masters Association were like that as well. Yang Yi glanced at the 2 energy stones in the young man's hand, and then he followed the woman in a green dress. After they arrived at the main hall within the building, Yang Yi caught up to the woman, and he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for just now, young Miss Xiao." As he spoke, Yang Yi withdrew 2 energy stones and passed it to the woman. As she gazed at the energy stones that were being passed over to her, a strand of surprise flashed through her eyes. Energy stones were quite precious, and they were precious even to her. The reason he was willing to spend 2 energy stones to help this man before her was because the old man behind her had said that this man might be a member of the Sword Sect. So, she was willing to spend those 2 energy stones. The woman didn't take the energy stones, and she asked instead, "Young master, are you from the Sword Sect?" Yang Yi said with surprise, "How did you find out?" The woman smiled sweetly when she heard this, and she said, "Uncle Lin and I saw you with an honorary disciple of the Sword Sect just now." When he heard the woman, Yang Yi instantly came to an understanding. Earlier, he was extremely puzzled by the woman's willingness to help him. Now, he knew that it was because he was a disciple of the Sword Sect. Yang Yi aroused a slightly good impression of the woman because of her frankness, and he immediately said, "No matter what, I have to thank you for just now. It was only a trivial matter." The woman smiled, and then she said, "Young master, you've come to take the test to become a talisman master as well?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "I've come to try." The woman said with a smile, "It's good to try. You'll be able to familiarize yourself with some of the processes of crafting talismans." "Right, let me introduce myself, in Shaoware. Yang Yi." After a short period of conversation, Yang Yi swept the hall with his gaze, and then he asked, "Young Miss Xiao, why is this place so deserted?" Shaoware explained, "The talisman masters of the branch are either cultivating or studying talismans. Usually, unless the branch suffers an attack or someone comes to take the test to become a talisman master, otherwise, these talisman masters would lock themselves in their own rooms and never leave. They cultivate and study so desperately?" Yang Yi spoke with surprise. Xiaoyue said with a smile. Of course. Not only do talisman masters have to cultivate, but they also have to study talismans as well. Moreover, for the sake of purchasing materials to craft talismans, they even have to accept some commissions. It can be said that they're extremely busy. Everyone else knows that talisman masters have great power, prestige, and status, yet they don't know that all of this was obtained through the hard work of these talisman masters themselves. Yang Yi nodded in agreement and said, Indeed. The people of the world are only able to see the power and prestige on the surface, and they're unable to notice the hard work of others. Right, what sort of procedures are there during the test? Xiaoyue knew that it was the first time he was coming to take the test, so she immediately explained. Actually, there isn't much of a procedure, and the examinee is considered to have passed so long as the examinee can craft a low-grade talisman. Crafting one type of low-grade talisman allows one to become a grade 1 talisman master, and if one can craft 5 different talismans, then one can become a grade 5 talisman master. Earth talisman masters that stand above grade 5 talisman masters need to be able to inscribe objects. As for even higher levels, there's no need for us to think about it now. Yang Yi nodded, and he thought in his heart. It's just like what Bauer said. Since I'm already able to craft 2 types of talismans, then I can be considered to be a grade 2 talisman master. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi asked, Young Miss Xiao, would we really still maintain our freedom after becoming talisman masters? Xiaoyue smiled and said, Yes, the members of the association can freely join any power, and they don't have to stay within the Talisman Masters Association. However, they're bound by the rules of the Talisman Masters Association. After all, if the members of an organization weren't bound by its rules, then it would definitely lead to chaos. The profession of Talisman Master is truly an enviable and admirable profession, Yang Yi said with a smile. Not only do talisman masters possess a lofty and extraordinary status, but they are also able to enjoy numerous special privileges, and they even have such freedom. It's too much better than the identity of a disciple in a sect, Xiaoyue said. At the bottom of it all, the reason this profession is lofty is because of the effect of talisman masters. Just think about it, if 2 people at the same cultivation fought, and one of them utilized a strength talisman or a strider talisman, then what would the outcome of the battle be? Any talisman a talisman master had casually crafted was often capable of allowing a profounder to turn the situation of the battle around. Yang Yi smiled, and then he glanced at the surroundings before he asked, Young Miss Xiao, when will the test begin? A wisp of a helpless expression flashed in her eyes and she said, We'll probably have to wait for a while longer. Master Zhang is probably inscribing something for his customer. But don't worry, Master Zhang is a man of his word. Since he said that he'd test me today, then he'll definitely make the time to test me. Yang Yi could only nod when he heard this. He hadn't returned directly to South Peace City and had come to take the test to become a talisman master because he wanted to obtain another trump card to utilize against the Liu clan. Because he was prepared to put a complete end to the enmity between his family and the Liu clan when he went back to South Peace City this time. 2 hours quickly went by. The 2 of them conversed rather happily. Actually, it should be said that Yang Yi had been constantly asking while Xiaoyue was explaining. Even though Yang Yi could be considered to be a talisman master, he didn't know anything about the Talisman Masters Association, whereas Xiaoyue was extremely familiar with it all. So, Yang Yi understood many things through this conversation. Xiaoyue had a slightly good impression of Yang Yi through this as well. Because even though he was a disciple of the Sword Sect, Yang Yi wasn't proud at all. Moreover, he asked as soon as he didn't know something and modestly asked her for guidance. He hadn't acted like he knew something when he didn't. This caused her to answer all of Yang Yi's questions. After chatting for almost another 2 hours of time, a slightly slovenly old man appeared in the hall. The old man seemed to be in an extreme hurry, and he directly said to Xiaoyue, Little girl, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't even look back as he walked towards the left. When he saw the slovenly old man, Yang Yi knew that this was that Earth Talisman Master, Master Zhang, that Xiaoyue had spoken of. However, this Master Zhang's appearance was truly impossible to compliment. Xiaoyue smiled at Yang Yi and said, "Brother Yi, let's follow him." Yang Yi nodded, and then the two of them hurriedly followed Master Zhang. The three of them arrived at a room, and besides an enormous stone table, there wasn't anything else within the room. There were numerous blank talisman papers and some white-colored jade bottles that contained spirit herb sap and the blood of dark beasts on the stone table. The slovenly old man disregarded Yang Yi and gazed at Xiaoyue as he said, "Little girl, if you're still unable to pass this time, then you can't disturb me again in the future. You have to understand that I'm really extremely busy." Xiaoyue bowed towards the slovenly old man and said, "It'll be troubling Senior Zhang." As soon as she finished speaking, she pointed at Yang Yi and said, "Master Zhang, he has come to participate in the test as well." When he heard Xiaoyue, the slovenly old looked once more at Yang Yi, and he sized Yang Yi up briefly before he said, "Kid, who's your master?" Yang Yi was in a slightly embarrassed state when he heard this because he didn't know the name of Bao's grandfather. Chapter 66 Test. Xiaoyue shot a curious gaze at Yang Yi as well, and she wanted to know who his master was. After all, the Tao of talismans was broad and profound, and it was utterly impossible to become a talisman master without the guidance of someone. Even though she herself didn't possess a master, she had still followed by the side of some talisman masters and studied it. Yang Yi was slightly troubled while being looked at by their curious gazes. Not to mention that he didn't know Bao's grandfather's name, even whether Bao's grandfather would take him as a disciple was still unknown. If he used Bao's grandfather's name here and if Bao's grandfather found out, then Bao's grandfather would definitely not have a good impression of him. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi said, "Senior, my master prohibited me from mentioning his name to others. I'm sorry." When he heard Yang Yi, Master Zhang nodded lightly, and then he didn't spare another glance at Yang Yi before he pointed at the blank talisman papers on the table. He said, "Which one of you will go first?" "Never mind, for the sake of saving time, both of you can start at the same time." As soon as he finished speaking, he paid no further attention to the two of them, and he walked over to the side before withdrawing some scrolls and looking through them. Yang Yi and Xiaoyue exchanged glances and smiled at each other when they heard this, and then both of them nodded lightly as a form of encouragement to each other. Yang Yi sat before the stone table, and then he took a deep breath before he picked up his talisman brush and started to craft a talisman. Yang Yi was extremely pressed for time. Since the moment he found out that his younger sister and mother were in danger, he seemed to be calm on the surface, yet he was burning with impatience in his heart, and he wished for nothing more than to immediately fly back to South Peace City. However, he didn't act in this way because he understood a principle. If he wanted to completely deal with the threat that the Lu clan posed, then not only did it require strength, it required status as well. The Lu clan could be considered to be a huge clan in South Peace City, and it was associated with all sorts of powers. Particularly, the Lu clan even had a slight relationship with the city governor of South Peace City. So, if he wanted to deal with the Lu clan, then merely his identity as an outer court disciple of the Sword Sect was insufficient. Only the identity of a talisman master was sufficient. Only the identity of a talisman master would allow him to disregard those powers that had a good relationship with the Lu clan. So, had come to take the test to become a talisman master upon arriving at Rising Sun City. At the moment Yang Yi began, Master Zhang that was looking through the scrolls had raised his head to shoot a glance at Yang Yi, and then he shook his head. The crafting of talismans stressed upon calmness and being devoid of any distracting thoughts, but Yang Yi hadn't even concentrated and calmed himself before starting immediately. This was too hasty. So, he even wondered if Yang Yi really possessed a master. And even if Yang Yi did possess a master, it would probably be a lousy master. Master Zhang lost all interest towards Yang Yi, and his gaze moved towards Xiaoyue instead. When he noticed that Xiaoyue had sat cross-legged to concentrate, he nodded lightly. Xiaoyue's natural talent and every other aspect weren't bad, and her character was practically perfect. Head wanted to take her as his disciple on many occasions. Unfortunately, when he thought about how she didn't possess profound energy of the 5 elements, had abandoned such thoughts. The accomplishments of talisman masters who didn't possess the profound energy of the 5 elements was extremely limited in the Tao of talismans. Perhaps it was fine at the beginning, but at the later ranks, some talismans couldn't be crafted without 5-element profound energy. What a pity! Master Zhang shook his head, and then he withdrew his gaze before he gazed once more at the scrolls. Time gradually flowed by. Yan Yi had already finished drawing the form of a strength talisman. He could be said to be extremely experienced in crafting strength talismans, so he didn't encounter any difficulty. In next to no time, he started to imbue spirit into the talisman. If Xiaoyue and Master Zhang looked over at Yang Yi right now, they would notice that Yang Yi possessed the legendary profound energy of the 5 elements. However, both of them hadn't looked at Yang Yi. Xiaoyue didn't have the mood because she was busy with her own affairs, whereas Master Zhang had disregarded him. Yes, when he saw Yang Yi hadn't concentrated before beginning to craft the talisman, had completely disregarded Yang Yi. After another 2 hours passed, Yang Yi had already finished crafting this strength talisman. Yang Yi placed the strength talisman aside and took another blank talisman paper, and he intended to craft a transmission talisman. He intended to become a grade 2 talisman master this time. Yang Yi didn't start in a hurry, and he glanced at Xiaoyue instead. When he saw the state Xiaoyue was in, Yang Yi's brows knit together slightly. Because Xiaoyue was in an extremely bad situation at this moment. Her pretty face was covered in swift, while her ink-black brows were knit together, and her hand that held the talisman brush was trembling lightly. Yang Yi knew that she had definitely encountered difficulty. He withdrew his gaze and started to craft the transmission talisman. At this moment, he could only hope that Xiaoyue was able to overcome the difficulty she faced. Xiaoyue had encountered trouble indeed. She had crafted healing talismans at home on numerous occasions, and her success rate was already extremely high. It was exactly because her success rate was extremely high that she had dared to come to take the test at the Talisman Masters Association. However, she was slightly nervous this time. Yes, she was extremely nervous. The reason she was nervous was that she was afraid of failure. She had failed on numerous occasions in the past, but she couldn't fail this time because it was related to the safety of her Xiao clan. The Xiao clan had risen too quickly, and the Xiao clan's patriarch, her father, didn't know how to restrain himself. Thus, conflict had arisen between the Xiao clan and the veteran clans within Rising Sun City. Even though the Xiao clan had a spirit realm expert, it was still insufficient when facing these veteran clans. Especially this time, the level of conflict between the Xiao clan and these veteran clans had risen, and it had even caused the Xiao clan to fall into a hopeless situation. The only way to resolve the danger that the Xiao clan faced now was for her to become a talisman master. Only if she became a talisman master would the Xiao clan possess the qualifications to negotiate with them, and only then would they accept her Xiao clan's request for peace between them. Because there wasn't a single clan that was willing to offend a clan that possessed a talisman master. After all, a talisman master's network of relationships was extremely terrifying, and this was especially so for an accomplished talisman master. So, she couldn't fail today. Once she failed, then those veteran clans wouldn't have any worries, and at that time, it would be the moment of her Xiao clan's annihilation. However, she had never expected that because she was thinking about too many things and was too pressured, it caused her to lose her usual calm. Thus, some mistakes that shouldn't appear during the process of crafting the talisman had appeared. This won't do. I must calm down. I can't fail. Xiaoyue stopped. She took a deep breath and waited for her heart to calm down slightly before she started drawing again. After another 2 hours passed, Master Zhang was leaning on the chair with his eyes closed slightly, and he seemed as if had already fallen asleep. On the other hand, the young man and young woman in the room were completely concentrated on crafting their respective talismans. After another 2 hours passed, Yang Yi withdrew his brush and lightly heaved a sigh of relief before he smiled. As usual, the strength talisman and the transmission talisman were both high-grade talismans. As for why he always succeeded in crafting high-grade talismans, besides being a genius, Yang Yi was truly unable to think of another reason. Alas! Right at this moment, Xiaoyue suddenly sighed while she placed the talisman brush lightly onto the table, and her face was covered in a bitter expression. When he saw this, Yang Yi placed the two talismans on the table, and then he walked over and said, "Young Miss Xiao, what's wrong?" Xiaoyue laughed bitterly and said, "I failed. I'm too nervous." "Brother Yang, did you fail as well?" "It's fine, you have 2 more chances. You can try again." Yang Yi glanced at that Xiaoyue had failed to craft, and he was just about to say something when his gaze suddenly descended once more onto the talisman paper. As he gazed at it, he picked it up and pointed at the point where she began to draw on the talisman paper before he said, "Young Miss Xiao, you started to draw from here?" Xiaoyue was stunned. She didn't know why Yang Yi asked this question, but she still nodded in the end. Yang Yi smiled bitterly when he heard this and said, "Young Miss Xiao, this method is wrong. I know of a better method." "Right, it's like this. You start here, and then." As she listened to him, Xiaoyue's eyes opened wide. After Yang Yi finished, she said, "Can this method really work?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "You can try it. But I think that it will." Actually, Yang Yi felt slightly embarrassed at this moment. Now, he finally knew why his success rate in crafting talismans and the quality of his talismans were so high. It wasn't entirely because of his own natural talent, and it was mainly because of the 5-element talisman marking technique that Bauer gave him. Only now did Yang Yi realize how precious it was because that copy of the 5-element talisman marking technique was filled with the experiences and annotations provided by Bauer's grandfather. Yang Yi hadn't realized how extraordinary those experiences and annotations were in the past, and had only realized now. If he didn't possess all of that, then he would absolutely be unable to craft a strength talisman. With the experiences and annotations recorded within that copy of the 5-element talisman marking technique, had practically never taken a wrong path because the book had clearly recorded what he could do and what he couldn't. Should I capture a violet mink for Bauer in the future? As soon as this thought arose in Yan Ye's heart, the violet mink in Yan Ye's vortex dantian shot a pitiable gaze at him. After he consoled the little fellow for a while, Yang Yi gazed at Xiaoyue, who was still hesitating, and he said, "Young Miss Xiao, give it a try. I'll be watching from the side." When she heard Yang Yi, Xiaoyue took a deep breath, and she stopped hesitating and said, "All right." She didn't know why she trusted Yang Yi. Perhaps she trusted Yang Yi because Yang Yi spoke with extreme confidence, or perhaps it was because she had no other choice. Chapter 67 High-Grade Talisman. From here. Right, don't stop, complete it in one stroke. Yang Yi stood at Xiaoyue's side. Just like Xiaoyue, he was staring at the talisman paper with full concentration, and once Xiaoyue showed signs of making a mistake or hesitation, then he would immediately guide her in a light voice. Yang Yi had a slightly good impression of this woman that had assisted him earlier. So, when he noticed that Xiaoyue was in trouble, he didn't hesitate at all to help her. Yang Yi was such a person, and he treated others how they treated him. When Xiaoyue first agreed to utilize Yang Yi's method, she still felt extremely perturbed in her heart. After all, this was her last chance, and she truly couldn't afford to fail. However, once she really started drawing, she noticed to her pleasant surprise that the method Yang Yi taught her was countless times better than the method she utilized before this. Especially when Yang Yi guided her from the side, it was simply like being provided with sudden enlightenment. Now, she finally understood why she kept failing before this. At the same time, she was shocked in her heart, and wondered who exactly Yang Yi was because she had never seen such techniques and methods in the past. Xiaoyue suppressed the shock in her heart, and concentrated on drawing the talisman according to Yang Yi's guidance. Gradually, because Yang Yi wasn't paying attention to it as he guided her, the two of them grew closer and closer. Yang Yi was already able to clearly smell the fragrance that came from her body. However, Yang Yi's thoughts and emotions didn't run wild, and he moved towards the side instead. Had taken this woman to be a friend. So, since she was a friend, he would respect her. Xiaoyue noticed this tiny action that Yang Yi took, and she immediately glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. In her heart, she felt grateful, warm, and slightly apologetic as well. Because in the beginning, she thought Yang Yi was intentionally guiding her to get close to her and take advantage of her, so she couldn't help but feel slightly unhappy in her heart. However, now Yang Yi's actions allowed her to realize that had done so unintentionally, and that caused her to feel slightly sorry. In next to no time, Xiaoyue withdrew her talisman brush and took a deep breath while a wisp of excitement surged onto her face. Under Yang Yi's guidance, she had already drawn the shape of the Strider talisman, and all that was left was to imbue it with spirit. "Take it slow and don't get nervous." Yang Yi smiled as he encouraged her. As she gazed at the grin on Yang Yi's face, Xiaoyue was dazed for an instant, and a strand of unusual emotions flashed within her heart. However, she quickly suppressed this sort of feeling and nodded to Yang Yi. After that, she took a deep breath, and then she took the spirit herb sap and dark beast blood on the table before she started to imbue the talisman with spirit. In terms of imbuing spirit, there were numerous techniques and methods within the 5-element talisman marking technique that Bauer gave him, but he wouldn't give this to Xiaoyue. After all, Bauer had told him that he couldn't allow anyone else to look through it. However, guiding Xiaoyue for a while should be alright. With the success from before, Xiaoyue didn't doubt Yang Yi's guidance this time, and she imbued the talisman with spirit according to the method that Yang Yi provided. At an unknown period in time, Master Zhang that was originally lying on the chair had appeared behind the two of them. As he listened to some methods and techniques that Yang Yi spoke of, Master Zhang's slightly drowsy eyes instantly brightened, and in next to no time, a book had appeared in his hand. Yang Yi sensed that Master Zhang was behind him, but he paid no attention to Master Zhang. Presently it was the most critical moment for Xiaoyue, and at this moment, not a trace of a mistake could be allowed to appear, otherwise, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Time passed by slowly. After 2 hours had passed, Xiaoyue suddenly withdrew her brush at a certain period in time, and the Strider talisman instantly lit up. When she saw the Strider talisman light up, Xiaoyue instantly heaved a sigh of relief, and excitement, and an overjoyed expression surged onto her pretty face. Because she was too excited, Xiaoyue suddenly hugged Yang Yi that stood by her side, and said, I succeeded, I really succeeded, I really. Yang Yi's figure stiffened from being suddenly embraced by her. Right when he was at a loss for what to do, Master Zhang suddenly cried out from the side. It's actually a mid-grade Strider talisman, a mid-grade. When she heard Master Zhang, Xiaoyue returned to her senses as well, and she hurriedly released Yang Yi while a wisp of a blush appeared on her face. She was slightly afraid of looking at Yang Yi as she said in his heart, how embarrassing. I actually hugged a man on my own. There wasn't any unusual expression on Yang Yi's face, and he said with a smile, Young Miss Xiao, congratulations. Xiaoyue raised her head to glance at Yang Yi when she heard this, and she heaved another sigh of relief in her heart when she noticed Yang Yi's face was covered in a grin. After that, she gazed at Master Zhang, who was holding the mid-grade Strider talisman, and said, Master Zhang, my Strider talisman is really at the mid-grade? When he heard Xiaoyue, Master Zhang reluctantly moved his gaze away from the mid-grade talisman, and then he looked at Yang Yi. He was naturally not interested in this mid-grade talisman, and he was actually interested in Yang Yi's methods and techniques. He was clearly aware of Xiaoyue's ability, and it could already be considered as extraordinary performance for her to be able to craft a low-grade talisman. Yet now, by utilizing this kid's methods and techniques, she was actually able to craft a mid-grade talisman. If I'm able to obtain the complete methods and techniques from this kid, then... When he thought up to here, Master Zhang said, Kid, where's your talisman? Let me have a look. Yang Yi nodded, and then he passed the strength talisman and transmission talisman to Master Zhang. When he saw these two talismans, Master Zhang instantly froze on the spot. After a long time, he gulped down a mouthful of saliva and muttered while seeming as if had lost his soul. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Both of them are high-grade talismans, high-grade. Master Zhang couldn't be blamed for this. Because not only did they require extremely pure profound energy, high-grade talismans also required extremely superior techniques and methods. Even an Earth talisman master like him found it difficult to craft high-grade talismans, yet this kid before his eyes had actually crafted high-grade talismans successfully, and it was even 2 of them. Is he a monstrous genius? Is he even human? Xiaoyue was shocked as well. She had never imagined that both the talismans Yang Yi crafted would actually be high-grade talismans. My God! High-grade talismans. Since she had entered into the profession of talisman masters, she had never witnessed a talisman master crafting a high-grade talisman, yet now, these high-grade talismans had actually appeared right by her side. When he noticed their shock, Yang Yi rubbed his nose and said in a low voice in his heart, "Is there any need to feel shocked? Isn't it just 2 high-grade talismans?" If Master Zhang and Xiaoyue knew Yang Yi's thoughts, they would definitely bash him up to death. After a short while, Master Zhang hesitated for a moment and asked, "Young brother, can you tell me your master's name? I don't have any other intentions, and it's just because you need to be recommended by someone in order to become a talisman master. Of course, even if you don't have a recommendation, you can still become a talisman master." When he heard these words, Yang Yi's heart shook. He knew it was very likely that this Master Zhang who stood before him was interested in his techniques and methods of crafting talismans, and the reason Master Zhang asked for his master's name was probably because Master Zhang was probing him. So, if his master wasn't a formidable figure, or perhaps he didn't have a master at all, then it was very likely that this Master Zhang would transform into a wolf. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi said in a low voice, "Master Zhang, am a disciple of the sword sect." The sword. Suddenly, Master Zhang's eyes opened wide, and he cried out involuntarily, You're Master Lin's disciple?" As soon as he finished speaking, he said with a bewildered tone, But doesn't Master Lin only have a single disciple?" I saw his disciple from afar in the past. What was his disciple's name again?" Yang Yi's eyelids twitched, and he knew that Master Zhang was probing him again, so he immediately said in a composed manner, "Bauer is my senior sister." When he heard Yang Yi, Master Zhang sighed in his heart. He knew that this young man was really that Master Lin's disciple. Since the young man was Master Lin's disciple, then it was impossible for him to arouse any other intentions towards Yang Yi. When he thought up to here, he revealed a smile and said, "Right, Bauer. I never expected that young brother is Master Lin's disciple. But I don't understand something. Since you're Master Lin's disciple, then why didn't you head to the imperial capital to be tested?" Yang Yi frowned and said, "Master Zhang, am I considered to have passed or not? If I haven't, then he'll be taking my leave. If it was before this, then he would definitely not speak in this way, yet now, since he could utilize the name of his master to terrifying Master Zhang, he didn't mind doing so." When he heard Yang Yi, Master Zhang knew that had asked too much, and he immediately smiled and said, Of course. When he spoke up to here, he glanced at Xiaoyue who stood slightly anxiously at the side. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "Yue has passed as well." "Right, I have a thought. You don't have a master, and I still don't have a disciple. I intend to take you as my disciple. Are you willing to be my disciple?" An explosion could be said to have suddenly resounded in Xiaoyue's mind when she heard this because happiness had come too abruptly. She only recovered from her shock after a short while, and she immediately bowed as a disciple bowed to the master before she said, "Master." As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at Yang Yi out of the corners of her eyes. She wasn't stupid, and she knew that it was probably because of Yang Yi that Master Zhang had suddenly taken her as his disciple. However, she didn't mind. Because from today onwards, not only would the danger her Shao clan faced vanish, she would receive guidance in the Tao of Talismans. When she thought up to here, she glanced once more at Yang Yi, and she immediately withdrew her gaze when she saw him smiling lightly at her. Moreover, she seemed to have thought of something, causing her face to blush again. Chapter 68 Departure Fee? Yang Yi was slightly surprised by Master Zhang's sudden decision to take Xiaoyue as his disciple, but he quickly came to an understanding. Master Zhang had probably done so because of him, or perhaps it was because of that master of his that stood behind him. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi felt ever more curious towards this so-called master of his. Because not only were the elders of the sword sect extremely fearful of his so-called master, even an earth talisman master was so fearful of his master. Could it be that he's a spirit talisman master? Or perhaps a heaven talisman master? Right when Yang Yi was contemplating, Master Zhang, who'd left moment ago, had returned once more with 2 sets of dark golden robes and 2 small boxes. Master Zhang placed the robes and boxes on the stone table before he gazed at Yang Yi and Xiaoyue and said, "This is the uniform and badge of our association. Remember, if you lose your badge, then you must get a placement as soon as possible, otherwise, the association and the Grand Qin Empire won't recognize your identity as a talisman master." As soon as Master Zhang finished speaking, Xiaoyue hurriedly walked forward and opened the box that belonged to her, and she exclaimed with shock when she saw the small and round badge within the box, and after that she raised her head and gazed at Master Zhang as she said, "Master, this is the badge of a grade 2 talisman master, but I—" She really wanted to ask if her master was mistaken, but out of respect for Master Zhang, she hadn't spoken these words. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had opened his box as well. The badge within the box was round, around the size of 2 thumbs, and the front of the badge was inscribed with 4 characters. When he saw these 4 characters for the number 1, Yang Yi was slightly surprised because this was the badge for a grade 4 talisman master. Moreover, it just so happened that he heard Xiaoyue at this moment, so he gazed at Master Zhang with a puzzled expression. When he noticed their puzzled expressions, Master Zhang said with a smile, "I didn't make a mistake. Young brother Yang is a grade 4 talisman master, and you're a grade 2 talisman master." When he noticed their expressions become even more puzzled, Master Zhang explained once more. According to the rules of the association, during the tests for those beneath the rank of Earth Talisman Master, if the examinee crafted a mid-grade talisman, then the examiner possesses the authority to raise the examinee's ranking by a grade. "Then what about someone that crafts a high-grade talisman?" asked Yang Yi. Since crafting a mid-grade talisman allowed one to be raised by 1 rank, then it caused him to feel slightly depressed because the treatment he received from crafting 2 high-grade talismans was actually the same as crafting mid-grade talismans. When he heard Yang Yi, Master Zhang smiled bitterly and said, "Logically speaking, young brother Yang is entirely capable of becoming a grade 5 talisman master because even some Earth talisman masters are probably unable to compare to young brother Yang in terms of technique. The reason I only raise young brother Yang's rank by 2 grades is that I only possess the authority to give a raise of 2 ranks. If young brother Yang wants the badge of a grade 5 talisman master, then I send an application to the association's headquarters. But it would probably take some time." When he heard this, Yang Yi said, "Thank you for your good intentions, Master Zhang. Grade 4 or grade 5 isn't much different in my opinion, so I won't trouble Master Yang. Right, I still have affairs to attend to, so I'll be bidding my farewells first." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi cupped his hands to Master Zhang, and then he turned around and walked towards the entrance. After he obtained the identity of a talisman master, Yang Yi naturally didn't want to stay here, and all he wanted was to rush back to South Peace City. When she saw Yang Yi turn around and leave, Xiaoyue hurriedly placed the clothes and badge into her spatial ring, and then she bowed to Master Zhang and said, "Master, Yue is going to send brother Yang off." As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't even wait for Master Zhang's reply before hurriedly chasing after Yang Yi. Master Zhang seemed to have thought of something when he saw Xiaoyue running off in a rush, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. He said in a low voice, "If the 2 of them become a pair, then wouldn't Master Lin and I become relatives? If I'm able to form a relationship with Master Lin, then wouldn't it be extremely easy for me to enter the headquarters in the future?" When he spoke up to here, Master Zhang's smile grew even more brilliant. He laughed on the spot for a long time before he seemed to have thought of something, and he suddenly slapped himself on the head with his right hand. He hurriedly ran out, and he said while running, Master Lin's disciple appeared in this branch, so I have to quickly send news of this back to the headquarters. Master Lin has probably not left the headquarters to return to the sword sect. Outside the entrance, Xiaoyue caught up to Yang Yi, whereas Yang Yi felt slightly helpless when he saw her catch up to him. Even though he really wanted to rush back to South Peace City, since she had chased after him, it wasn't nice for him to just turn around and leave. "Young Miss Xiao, do you need something?" asked Yang Yi. Xiaoyue bowed to Yang Yi, and then she said with a serious expression, "Brother Yang, thank you for everything. If it wasn't for Yang Yi, then not to mention being taken as a disciple by Master Zhang, it was very likely that she would have failed during the test." So, she truly felt grateful towards Yang Yi. "Young Miss Xiao, there's no need for that. It was nothing. Moreover, if young Miss Xiao didn't help me get in earlier, then not to mention taking the test, I wouldn't even have been able to enter." Yang Yi spoke with a smile. In Yang Yi's opinion, all of this was truly a trivial matter. Of course, it was because he had a good impression of Xiaoyue that had done all of it. Xiaoyue shook her head and said seriously, "Perhaps Brother Yang's guidance from before was nothing to Brother Yang, but it was like the grace of rebirth." "Right, Brother Yang Yi, you can call me Yue in the future. It feels rather distant to be addressed as young Miss Xiao." Xiaoyue was very clearly aware of how precious the methods and techniques Yang Yi taught her earlier were, and it was obvious from the fact that her master disregarded all shame and recorded it down with a notebook. Yang Yi raised his head to determine the time, and he noticed the sky was already gradually turning dark. So, he immediately felt unwilling to continue talking, and he said, "Miss Yue, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be bidding my farewells first." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi left with swift strides. After he obtained the identity of a talisman master, Yang Yi was truly unwilling to waste even a bit of time. After all, the later he was, then the greater the danger his mother and young sister would be in. Xiaoyue chased after Yang Yi again, and then she withdrew a jade ornament from her pocket and said, "Brother Yang, after you've finished dealing with your affairs, I hope you can pay a visit to my Xiao clan so that I can thank you properly." Xiaoyue was able to discern that Yang Yi really had affairs to deal with, so she abandoned all thoughts of asking Yang Yi to visit her Xiao clan now. Yang Yi didn't refuse. He received it and thanked her before he walked swiftly towards the distance. However, he hadn't even taken a few steps when he was stopped by Zhang Heng, who was guarding the entrance earlier. "Kid, do you not know the rules?" Zhang Heng's brows raised as he spoke. "The rules?" Yang Yi frowned as he asked this question. Had just come to the Talisman Masters Association, so how could he be aware of any rules? When he heard Yang Yi, Zhang Heng sneered and said, "Kid, have you not heard of entrance fees and departure fees? You have to pay a fee to enter, so you naturally have to pay a fee when you leave. Don't waste your breath, hand it over quickly." Even though Xiaoyue was still at the side, he wasn't afraid at all. After all, he belonged to the Talisman Masters Association, so the Xiao clan wouldn't form enmity with him. Of course, if Xiaoyue succeeded in passing the test and became a talisman master, then he would absolutely not offend Xiaoyue. But unfortunately, Xiaoyue hadn't succeeded. Zhang Heng thought in this way. Why did he think in this way? Because all talisman masters that passed the test would be wearing the uniform of talisman masters and the talisman master's badge when they left the association. Actually, his way of thinking wasn't wrong, but an unforeseen event had occurred this time. Because he had affairs to deal with at home, Yang Yi didn't have the mood to change his clothes at all. On the other hand, for the sake of bidding farewell to Yang Yi, Xiaoyue hadn't changed her clothes and put on the badge as well. So, the young man thought that they'd both failed. When he heard Zhang Heng, Yang Yi's eyes narrowed, and he said, "Are these the rules of the Talisman Masters Association or your own rules?" Earlier, Zhang Heng refused to allow him to enter because he didn't give Zhang Heng anything. Even though Yang Yi was displeased by this, had never thought of taking revenge for such a trivial matter. However, had never expected that this fellow before him had actually come to look for trouble with him again, and this caused Yang Yi to be slightly infuriated. When he heard Yang Yi, a cold glow flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes, and he said in a ghastly tone, Kid, don't worry about whose rule it is. They'll only ask you a single question, are you going to hand it over or not? Yang Yi was just about to say something when Xiao Wei had already arrived before the two of them. There was no need for her to ask about anything before she knew what had happened, and she didn't waste her breath and handed 2 energy stones to the young man before she said, "I'll pay for him." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wei turned around to look at Yang Yi, and she said with a gentle voice, "Big brother Yang, you go handle your affairs. There's no need to waste your time for such trivial matters." When he thought about his mother and younger sister, Yang Yi suppressed the rage in his heart, and then he nodded to Xiao Wei before he turned around and left. Right when Yang Yi hadn't even taken 2 steps, Zhang Heng spoke once more. "Stop right there." Chapter 69 Master? When she heard Zhang Heng still intended to look for trouble with Yang Yi, Xiao Wei's black brows had knit together slightly. Obviously, she was angry as well. On the other hand, Yang Yi seemed as if he hadn't heard the young man at all, and he continued walking away with swift strides. When he saw Yang Yi disregard him, a wisp of killing intent flashed past Zhang Heng's eyes. He immediately moved forward and smashed his fist towards Yang Yi's back. Yang Yi had stopped moving at the exact same moment that Zhang Heng attacked, and his expression turned gloomy. He didn't hesitate to turn around and smash his fist towards the young man's fist. A wisp of a ghastly smile appeared on the corners of Zhang Heng's mouth when he saw Yang Yi's fist smashing towards his own. In these past few years that had been acting as a guard for the association, even the members of the large clans within Rising Sun City had been extremely courteous towards him, yet this little kid before him had actually dared to disregard him. So what if he's a friend of the Shao clan? They'll make an example out of him today. When she saw Zhang Heng actually make a move against Yang Yi, a wisp of a cold glow flashed in Xiao Wei's eyes, and she said to the gray-robed old man that had suddenly appeared by her side, "Senior Jun, save Yang Yi!" On the other hand, the gray-robed old man shook his head instead, and he didn't make a move. He just stared at Yang Yi without blinking. When she saw him refuse to lend a hand, Xiao Wei was instantly anxious. Unfortunately, it was already too late because their fists had already collided with each other. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded. Xiao Wei's heart shook, and she was just about to make a move to rescue Yang Yi when Yang Yi's subsequent actions caused her to be stunned on the spot. "Shit!" Zhang Heng cried out in his heart when his fist collided with Yang Yi's fist, and he knew that had underestimated his opponent. Unfortunately, it was already too late, and the bones in his fist and wrist broke on the spot. Zhang Heng was astounded in his heart, and hurriedly retreated. However, right at the instant that had just retreated, Yang Yi charged swiftly towards him, and then Yang Yi raised his leg and gave him a knee to the gut. Bang! The enormous force from this blasted Zhang Heng flying, and he smashed heavily onto the ground after flying a few meters away. However, right at the instant that had just crawled up from the ground, Yang Yi had suddenly appeared before him, and Yang Yi stomped his foot down towards Zhang Heng's dantian. Yang Yi had never held back when he faced his enemies. He killed those he had to kill, and he crippled those he had to cripple. When he saw Yang Yi stomping down at his dantian, Zhang Heng was horrified. Had never expected that the strength and speed of this young man would actually be so terrifying. Nor had he imagined that this young man would dare to cripple him right in front of the Talisman Masters Association. Could it be that he isn't afraid of the Talisman Masters Association's revenge? At any rate, he was a First Heaven Realm expert, so the young man quickly recovered from his shock, and then his left hand slapped out to defend against Yang Yi's lethal strike. Bang! Zhang Heng was dragged a few meters back on the ground from the force of Yang Yi's kick, and then he collided with the stone steps behind him. As if had sensed something, the young man disregarded the astonishment in his heart and hurriedly stood up. Unfortunately, it was still too late because Yang Yi had appeared once more before him, and just like before, he kicked towards Zhang Heng's dantian. "Don't you dare!" Zhang Heng's eyes almost split apart from fear and rage. A wisp of disdain suffused the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. He didn't argue with Zhang Heng about whether he dared or not, and he increased the strength he exerted with this strike instead. Right at this moment, a gray-robed old man suddenly appeared between Yang Yi and the young man, and then the old man utilized his foot to block Yang Yi's strike. When he saw the gray-robed old man appear abruptly, a strand of bewilderment flashed past Yang Yi's eyes, yet he was already unable to withdraw his attack at this moment. So, he could only allow his foot to kick towards the old man. Bang! Yang Yi took over 10 steps back while the gray-robed old man stood on the spot without moving at all. Obviously, Yang Yi had fallen into a disadvantageous position. As he gazed at the gray-robed old man that stood on the spot without moving and sensed the numb feeling that came from his leg, Yang Yi was shocked in his heart, and he said in his heart, "What formidable strength! This old man is at least at the King realm, and might even be a spirit realm expert." Senior Jun gazed at Yang Yi as he said slowly, "Good strength, and good speed as well. However, your control towards both of them is extremely weak, and weak control represents a weak ability to adapt to change. If I pressed forward at the instant you retreated just now, then the outcome you faced would be similar to this fellow behind me." Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short moment, and then he cupped his hands to the old man and said, "Thank you for the guidance." Senior Jun nodded when he witnessed Yang Yi's humble attitude towards this, and a strand of praise flashed in his eyes. Disciples of the sects were usually arrogant and haughty fellows, and he originally didn't intend to stop or guide Yang Yi. However, out of consideration for the friendship between Yue and Yang Yi, he had no choice but to make a move. However, when he saw Yang Yi's modest attitude, he instantly arose a slight good impression of Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Xiao Yue arrived before Yang Yi, and she suppressed the shock in her heart and said, "Brother Yang, it was I who asked Senior Jun to make a move and stop you. You can't kill you. Because once you kill him, not only will the Grand Qin Empire pursue the matter, even the Talisman Masters Association will pursue the matter. Perhaps nothing would happen to you in the end, but it'll definitely be troublesome." Yang Yi nodded slightly when he heard this, and then he glanced coldly at the young man behind Xiao Yue. When she saw Yang Yi gaze at the young man, Xiao Yue seemed to understand Yang Yi's thoughts, and she immediately said, "Don't worry, Brother Yang. Yue guarantees that he won't appear in Rising Sun City again, and he won't appear in any branches of the Talisman Masters Association as well." When he heard Xiao Yue, Yang Yi paid no further attention to the young man, and he looked at Xiao Yue and said, "Miss Yue, thank you. If I come to Rising Sun City in the future, I'll definitely pay a visit to the Xiao clan. I have other urgent affairs to attend to now, so until we meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi nodded to her, and then he turned around and left. As she gazed at Yang Yi's figure that was moving towards the distance, Xiao Yue said in a low voice, "In the past, I'd heard of Mortal Realm Profounders defeating First Heaven Realm Profounders. At that time, I thought it was an exaggeration. I never expected that there really are geniuses in the mortal realm that can defeat First Heaven Realm experts. I was truly ignorant in the past." The old man behind Xiao Yue said, "He's very strong. Head only utilized his fist to defeat Zhang Heng earlier, and if he utilized the sword, then Zhang Heng would probably be dead right now." When she heard this, Xiao Yue was shocked in her heart. Right, a disciple of the sword sect is only terrifying when that disciple holds a sword. But Yang Yi defeated Zhang Heng with his bare hands. No, I should say that he completely crushed Zhang Heng. Then what if Yang Yi didn't utilize his fists and used a sword instead? How terrifying would he be? Yue, have you really become a talisman master, and Master Zhang even took you as his disciple? Meanwhile, Senior Jun seemed to be slightly anxious as he asked this question. Xiao Yue restrained her thoughts and nodded before she said, "It was all thanks to Brother Yang. If it wasn't for him, then not to mention becoming Master Zhang's disciple, I might not have even been able to become a talisman master. I really wish to thank him properly. Unfortunately, he has urgent matters to attend to." Because of him? Senior Jun was puzzled. Xiao Yue nodded, and then she gazed at the direction Yang Yi left towards and said, "He's a grade 4 talisman master, and his master is someone that even Master Zhang is extremely afraid of." Master Zhang took me as his disciple because he noticed I had a good relationship with Brother Yang. He's a grade 4 talisman master? Senior Jun was shocked. Xiao Wei nodded. Tempestuous waves surged through Senior Jun's heart when he saw her nod. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, "Where you must make friends with him." If Yang Ye's strength from before had only surprised him, then Yang Ye's identity as a talisman master shocked him. What sort of monstrous genius is he? He actually possesses such formidable combat strength, and he's even a talisman master. Xiao Wei didn't feel like talking about this matter any longer. She gazed at Zhang Heng that had already stood up and was walking slowly towards the association building, and she said, "Senior Jun, about my promise to Brother Yang just now. What do you think?" Even though she'd promised Yang Yi, she didn't have any authority in the Shao clan. At the very least, she didn't have any authority now. Senior Jun glanced at Zhang Heng and said, "Well, make him vanish in Rising Sun City, of course." Even though Zhang Heng has some acquaintances in the Talisman Masters Association, it isn't much to our Shao clan, and it's just a little bit troublesome at most. If Yang Yi wasn't a talisman master, then perhaps he would consider whether he should make a move to deal with Zhang Heng, but after he found out about Yang Yi's identity, he didn't have to consider at all. Xiao Wei nodded when she heard this, and then she turned around and headed towards the Shao clan's carriage. Yang Yi arrived at Happiness Inn and found Ma Nan, and then he asked Ma Nan to take him to the intercity teleportation formation. Ma Nan naturally didn't refuse, and he hurriedly led Yang Yi to the teleportation formation. Yang Yi had never expected that utilizing the intercity teleportation formation actually required a few of 500 gold coins and 10 energy stones. Fortunately, he had no lack of energy stones and gold coins, so Yang Yi handed over 10 energy stones and 500 gold coins under Ma Nan's shocked gaze, and then he walked into the teleportation that led to South Peace City, the imperial capital of Qin, the headquarters of the Talisman Masters Association. In a spacious hall, a few old geezers in dark golden robes were debating intensely. Right when these old geezers were locked in an endless debate, a young man walked into the hall. The young man walked over to an old geezer with fiery red brows, and then he passed an envelope in his hand to the old man before he said, "Senior Lin, this letter was sent to you from the manager of the branch in Rising Sun City, Zhang Yuan." A strand of surprise flashed in the eyes of that old geezer that the young man addressed as Senior Lin, and then the old geezer said, "Zhang Yuan? I don't know him. Did you make a mistake?" The young man hurriedly said, "No, Zhang Yuan stressed on having this passed to Senior Lin." Senior Lin frowned when he heard this, and then he received the envelope. He immediately exploded with rage when he read the content of the letter, and he slapped the table as he roared. "What a joke! My disciple? I don't have any other disciples besides my granddaughter. Which bloody bastard had the gall to pretend to be my disciple? Is he courting death?" Chapter 70 Taking a Disciple. When they noticed Senior Lin becoming enraged, all the other geezers instantly stopped their debate, and they gazed at Senior Lin, while a white-haired old man that sat opposite Senior Lin said, "Old man Lin, what's wrong?" Senior Lin slapped the table forcefully once more, and then he said angrily, "A young man took the test to become a talisman master in the branch at Rising Sun City, and then that young man told Zhang Yuan that he's my disciple. Moreover, Zhang Yuan actually believed him. How infuriating!" The other geezers frowned when they heard this. They never expected that someone actually dared to pretend to be the disciple of a senior member of the Talisman Masters Association. Could it be that he isn't afraid of being pursued by all the powers in the Grand Qin Empire? Moreover, they never expected that Zhang Yuan, who was in charge of the branch in Rising Sun City, had actually believed the young man. "Immediately send someone to Rising Sun City to capture that fellow that's pretending to be my disciple. I want to see exactly who dared to pretend to be my disciple. Right, demote that Zhang Yuan to somewhere else. He was actually deceived by a young man, he really lived for so long in vain." Senior Lin instructed the young man at his side. Earlier, when he saw Senior Lin explode with rage, the young man was extremely perturbed in his heart. Now, when he heard Senior Lin's instructions, he immediately bowed, and then he hurriedly walked towards the exit. Wait! Right at this moment, the white-haired old man that sat opposite to Senior Lin said, Old man Lin, this incident is slightly strange. I know Zhang Yuan, he was my disciple in name at one time, and I have quite a good understanding of him. He isn't a brainless fellow. It's slightly strange, Senior Lin said furiously. What's strange about it? All of you're clearly aware that I only have a precious granddaughter. That young man obviously intends to utilize my name to gain benefits for himself. Actually, I slightly admire his courage because he actually dared to pretend to be my disciple. How audacious! Old man Lin, you really need to do something about this temper of yours. Meanwhile, a geezer on Senior Lin's left said, This matter is slightly strange indeed. If he really desired to obtain benefits from himself, then he wouldn't have gone to a branch to take the test. At the very most, he'd have utilized your name to deceive others. But since he headed to the branch, then he probably didn't do it to gain benefits for himself. After all, no one in the Southern Territory dares to offend our Talisman Masters Association. The white-haired old man that sat opposite of Senior Lin hurriedly said, Old man Huang is right. Moreover, Zhang Yuan is an Earth Talisman Master at any rate, so it's impossible for him to be deceived with ease. When he spoke up to here, the white-haired old man looked at the young man and said, Gather all the information related to that young man. The young man bowed to the white-haired old man and said, Elder Shinemo, all the information related to that young man and one of the talismans he crafted during the test are within the envelope. When he heard this, the white-haired old man called Shinemo looked at Senior Lin that was still angry, and he said, Old man Lin, look at the information within the envelope first. If you're sure that you don't know him, then you can issue an order for his arrest. When he heard the word warrant, the eyelids of the young man by Senior Lin's side twitched. An order for arrest! Moreover, it's even one from the Talisman Masters Association. In the Southern Territory, even the orders for arrest from the Grand Qin Empire and the Origin School wasn't as terrifying as the order for arrest from the Talisman Masters Association. Why? Because the orders for arrest from the Talisman Masters Association had shockingly high rewards, and it even obtained the support of the Grand Qin Empire and the 6 great sects. Under such circumstances, no one could escape the orders for arrest from the Talisman Masters Association. What's the point of looking at it? Senior Lin said, I can clearly tell you that I haven't taken any other disciples besides Bauer. If I did take a disciple, then wouldn't I have told all of you and asked all of you to take care of my disciple? When he heard Senior Lin going on without stopping, Shinemo waved his hand, and the envelope on the table appeared directly in his hand. He withdrew the letter within the envelope, and then he read it out loud. Yang Yi, 17, from South Peace City. A disciple of the Sword Sect. Senior Lin interrupted Shinemo and asked, He's a disciple of the Sword Sect? Shinemo nodded and said, The letter says he's a disciple of the Sword Sect, and he just became an outer court disciple. Old man Lin, do you know him? Senior Lin shook his head and said, Even though I reside in the Sword Sect, but am not interested in the matters of the Sword Sect at all. Besides a few peak masters and that geezer Zui that has gone roaming somewhere, I don't have any interactions with anyone else, let alone a mysterious outer court disciple. When he heard this, Shinemo tossed the letter aside, and then he looked at the young man and said, Issue an order for his arrest. Besides that, remove Zhang Yuan from his position as manager, and ask him to come to the capital. The young man bowed to Shinemo, and then he walked once more towards the exit. Right at this moment, a geezer that sat by Shinmo's side gazed at the talisman within the envelope. The geezer took the envelope and withdrew the talisman. When he noticed the quality of the talisman, he said with surprise, It's actually a high-grade talisman? It's even crafted from gold element profound energy. What pure profound energy? This technique is really similar to your technique, old man Lin. When they heard this, all the other geezers walked over curiously to this geezer's side, and when their gazes descended onto the talisman, all of their gazes were unable to move away any longer. A high-grade talisman. It's really a high-grade talisman. This level of purity. Even First Heaven Realm experts are probably any to possess such pure profound energy. This technique is really similar to Old Man Lin's technique. It's just slightly green and stiff. However, it's already extremely rare to be able to attain this level of skill at such an age. When he heard all of them speaking successively, Senior Lin was unable to sit still as well, and then he looked at the talisman. When he saw that high-grade strength talisman, Senior Lin was first shocked, and then he frowned because this technique was really his technique. When he saw Senior Lin walk over to look at the talisman, Shinemo said furiously, "Old Man Lin, you were saying that you don't know him? Just take a look, isn't this technique yours? Let me ask you, is it really nice to play tricks on all of us?" When they heard Shinemo, all of the others gazed at Senior Lin as well, and the disdain and rage in their hearts were clear for all to see. Senior Lin laughed bitterly and he said, "This technique is indeed from my line of inheritance, but I really don't know this young man called Jiang Yi. Do I have any reason to use this matter to play tricks on all of you?" When he heard Senior Lin, a strand of bright light flashed in Shinmo's eyes, and then he feigned rage as he said, "Old Man Lin, do you really not know this young man called Jiang Yi?" Senior Lin nodded. The rage on Shinmo's face instantly vanished when he saw Senior Lin nod, and then he said, "Since he isn't your disciple, then I can take him to be my disciple." "Right, in any case, I still don't have a disciple." "How shameless! I don't have a disciple as well. I've taken a liking to this little fellow, so I've decided to take him to be my disciple. He'll fight anyone that competes with me for him. So what if we do? I don't have a disciple as well, and I want to take him as my disciple as well." Meanwhile, Shinemo said, All of you continue arguing slowly. I won't be participating in it." "Right, I've also decided to disregard the matter we were debating earlier, and all of you can continue debating it." "Right, I suddenly have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." As soon as he finished speaking, Shinemo turned around and walked towards the exit with swift strides. All of the others were stunned, and then one of the old men said abruptly, "Shit! He's heading to Rising Sun City to look for that young man. That cunning old mansion. He'll absolutely not allow such a promising young man to fall into his hands." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly chased after Shinemo. The other geezers came to a realization, and they charged off in a hurry as well. In less than a few breaths of time, only another old man that had been silent since the beginning and Senior Lin still remained within the hall. Senior Lin was slightly stunned when he saw all of the others rush out, and his mind was in slight disorder. "Lin Shan, you were slightly silly this time." Meanwhile, the old man that sat at the seat of the host spoke. "Senior Ho, what do you mean?" asked Lin Shan. Senior Ho shook his head and said, "It wasn't because of the high-grade talisman he crafted that all of them were fighting to take him as their disciple, and it was instead because they thought highly of his natural talent and potential. He was able to craft a high-grade talisman at the age of 17, and a possessor of such natural talent can be considered to be a genius even in the headquarters of our Talisman Masters Association. Most importantly, it was because of his profound energy of the 5 elements. Of course, even gold element profound energy wouldn't cause them to lose their composure like that. But look at the purity of that 5-element profound energy. I haven't seen many with such purity even at the first heaven realm, whereas, he's still only at the mortal realm. Do you understand now?" Lin Shan smiled bitterly when he heard this, and he said, "I understood when they left. However, ID already told them that I didn't know that young man, so how could I possibly have the nerve to fight for him with them?" Senior Ho smiled, and then he said, "Look at this young man's technique. This technique is absolutely from our line. Our line only consists of my granddaughter, your granddaughter, you, and me. It's impossible for that little girl of mine to teach another, and even if she did teach someone, then with her disposition, she would definitely tell me about it. Moreover, you yourself are sure that you don't know that young man. So, there's only one possibility. It's very likely that this technique was passed down to him by that little girl of yours. Go ask that little girl about this. When he heard Senior Ho, Lin Shan was suddenly enlightened. Right, how could I have forgotten that little troublemaker, Bauer? With that little girl's fearless disposition, it's very likely for her to pass down the technique of our line to another. When he thought up to here, Lin Shan hurriedly utilized the top-grade transmission talisman to contact Bauer, who was far away in the sword sect. Right when all of them headed to Rising Sun City to look for Yang Yi himself had already arrived at South Peace City. Chapter 71 Danger. When Yang Yi arrived at South Peace City, the sky had already turned dark. He didn't stop at all and strode quickly to his home. However, at this moment, there wasn't a single person in his home. Yang Yi's heart shook when he noticed that the stone house was completely empty. Could it be that they've already been captured by the Liu clan? When he thought up to here, Yang Yi's expression instantly became savage, and a strand of invisible killing intent erupted from his body. Who is it? Yang Yi's figure suddenly vanished from the room, and he appeared before a person that wore a black cloak that concealed the person's face. Right when he intended to smash his fist towards that person, the person had hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, it's me. It's me, Manzi." Yang Yi withdrew his imposing aura and stopped himself from attacking. As he gazed at Manzi, who had taken off his cloak, Yang Yi said, "Manzi, where are my younger sister and mother?" As he gazed at Yang Yi's bloodshot eyes, Manzi was extremely shocked in his heart because Yang Yi's strength was truly too terrifying. Because he hadn't even clearly discerned how Yang Yi had arrived before him. When he heard Yang Yi, he hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, after that incident occurred, we were afraid that they would make another move against your younger sister and mother. So, we moved them to another place, and I was in charge of waiting here for your arrival. Come with me now to go see them." Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard Manzi, because it was fine so long as his younger sister and mother were safe. "Quickly take me to them." Manzi nodded, and then he wore his cloak before leading Yang Yi out of the house. There was an ordinary stone house in the south of South Peace City. Qing Hong stood at the door with a dark green longbow on her back while she held a pitch black and shiny dagger in her hand, and her gaze was sweeping towards the surroundings while she revealed a vigilant expression. At a dark corner on Qing Hong's right, Xiao He similarly had a vigilant expression, and he held a pitch black and shiny dagger as well. A young girl around the age of 14 or 15 sat at a stone table within the stone house with her head resting on her hands, and she stared at the candlelight that was constantly flickering before her while seeming to be in deep thought. A beautiful woman placed a large jacket on the little girl and tenderly rubbed the young girl's head while she said in a gentle voice, "Little Yao, go to sleep first. Your big brother will probably be unable to rush home today." The little girl lied down sideways and leaned into the beautiful woman's embrace before she said in a light voice, "Mother, will big brother really come back?" The beautiful woman smiled, and then she said, "What do you think? If Yi finds out that Yao is in danger, then he'll definitely rush back home even if he has to give up being a disciple of the sword sect." The little girl smiled sweetly when she heard this, and then she said, "Little Yao knows that. Big brother dotes on little Yao the most. But will big brother be able to defeat those scoundrels from the Liu clan? Oh, that Liu clan is truly detestable. Why do they keep looking for trouble with our family?" When she heard the Liu clan being mentioned, a strand of cold light flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes, and then she hugged little Yao tightly as she said in a gentle voice, "Don't worry. Mother won't allow the Liu clan to harm you or Yi. I absolutely won't." Right at this moment, the beautiful woman suddenly turned her head and gazed outside, and she frowned. On the roof of a house not too far from the stone house, 4 black-clothed people were starting at the stone house where the beautiful woman and the others resided. One of the black-clothed figures said to a black-clothed figure in the lead, "Young master, I've already determined that Yang Yi's younger sister and mother are hiding within this stone house. As for those 3 people by their side, they're mercenaries from Green Mountain City. However, I don't know why they'd come here to protect Yang Yi's mother and younger sister. It was none other than Lu Qingyu who was in the lead of this group. When he saw Yang Yi ascend to the 20th level, he knew that he had to eliminate Yang Yi. Otherwise, with the enmity between Yang Yi and his Lu clan, not only would Yang Yi not spare the Lu clan, Yang Yi wouldn't spare him as well. On the other hand, if he wanted to deal with Yang Yi, then he had to lure Yang Yi out of the sword sect, and in order to lure Yang Yi out of the sect, he had to utilize Yang Yi's mother and younger sister. Lu Qingyu spoke in a low voice. Deal with those 3 mercenaries later, whereas Yang Yi's mother and younger sister must be captured alive. Only by capturing them alive would Yang Yi be afraid and leave the sword sect. Meanwhile, another black-clothed figure said, Senior Brother Lu, these 3 mercenaries aren't a problem. But once a battle begins, then the public security force of South Peace City will make an appearance. Once they make an appearance, then we'll probably achieve nothing like that last time. This black-clothed figure that spoke was a disciple of the sword sect as well, and he was even ranked on the outer court rankings. The reason had come here with Lu Qingyu to deal with Yang Yi's family was that he had no other choice. Because he usually followed by Lu Qingyu's side, so once Lu Qingyu came looking for his help this time, he was utterly unable to refuse. After all, Lu Qingyu had helped him do all sorts of filthy things. It wasn't that he was unaware of Yang Yi's potential, but it was only potential in the end. Yang Yi was only at the mortal realm after all. If Lu Qingyu really dealt with Yang Yi, and he hadn't stood by Lu Qingyu's side at the critical moment, then he'd have extremely difficult days in the sword sect in the future days. It wasn't just him. Even another black-clothed figure at the side was a disciple of the sword sect, and that person had similar thoughts as well. Lu Qingyu grinned lightly and said, Don't worry, junior brother Qinfeng. The city governor of South Peace City has already agreed to help. In other words, the public security force of South Peace City won't appear in this area tonight. All we have to do is clear up properly after we're done. The black-clothed person called Qinfeng was shocked in his heart, and he said, The city governor of South Peace City agreed to help? Brother Lu, your Lu clan probably paid a heavy price, right? The corners of Lu Qingyu's mouth twitched when he heard this. Qinfeng wasn't wrong. For the sake of making the city governor of South Peace City help, his Lu clan had paid a heavy price indeed. However, it would have been worth the price if they were able to eliminate Yang Yi. Brother Lu, since the guards won't make an appearance, then there's utterly no need for so many of us to deal with them. Just Brother Lu alone would be able to easily deal with them. Qinfeng spoke in a low voice. Lu Qingyu glanced indifferently at Qinfeng, and then he said, Brother Qin, what you said does make sense. I'll make a move by myself later, and all of you only have to stand on guard at the side. I don't want any mishaps to occur. When he heard Lu Qingyu, Yang Yi cursed in his heart. You sly fox. Lu Qingyu is hellbent on tying us together. However, he was unable to refuse or object to it now, otherwise, Lu Qingyu would definitely shed all pretenses with him. After a short while, Lu Qingyu raised his head to look at the sky in order to determine the time, and then he said, All right, the guards in South Peace City have probably been dispatched somewhere else now. Let's make a move. Remember, those 2 women must be captured alive. Understood. As soon as they finished speaking, 4 figures charged towards the stone house where Qinghong and the others resided. Lu Qingyu was the first to arrive before the stone house. As soon as he descended to the ground, a dark green arrow whistled towards him. A wisp of disdain arose on the corners of Lu Qingyu's mouth when he saw this dark green arrow, and the arrow instantly vanished with a swing of his hand. After that, his figure flashed as he kicked at Qinghong's stomach. Qinghong was shocked in her heart. She wanted to dodge, but Lu Qingyu's speed was truly too swift, and she was utterly unable to avoid his attack. Right when Lu Qingyu was about to hit Qinghong, a figure appeared like a shadow behind Lu Qingyu, and then a wisp of cold light swept towards the back of Lu Qingyu's neck. When he noticed the dagger that assaulted him from behind, dense disdain still hung on the corners of Lu Qingyu's mouth. He withdrew his leg that was kicking towards Qinghong, and then he turned around and kicked Xiao He. Bang! Right when Xiao Hei's dagger was only a few centimeters away from Lu Qingyu's neck, his figure was blasted flying and smashed heavily on the ground. On the other hand, Xing Hong had already retreated to the front of the stone house while she aimed an ink-black arrow at Lu Qingyu, and she was bewildered in her heart at the same time. Why hasn't South Peace City's public security force appeared yet? Yes, if a battle between profounders erupted within a city, then the guards would appear at the first possible moment, and it was exactly like that during their last collision. However, they'd already exchanged a few blows, yet the surroundings were still completely silent, and not even the shadow of a guard could be seen. Are you waiting for the guards? Lu Qingyu walked slowly towards Qing Hong, and he laughed coldly. They won't be making an appearance. Qing Hong's heart shook. In the beginning, Shed only suspected this, but now that Shed heard what Lu Qingyu said, that bit of hope in her heart had vanished completely. If the guards didn't make an appearance, then she would be utterly unable to resist these black-clothed figures before her. But so what about that? When she recalled the scene when Yang Yi gave her the high-grade strength talisman that day, Qing Hong took a deep breath and said, "You'll have to step over my dead body in order to capture them." Lu Qingyu revealed a wisp of a brutal smile on the corners of his mouth that was covered by the cloth mask he wore, and he said, "I will." As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he instantly arrived before Qing Hong, and then he smashed his fist towards Qing Hong's head. These few people weren't worthy of making him unsheath his sword. When she saw him instantly arrive before her, Qing Hong laughed bitterly. The gap between us is truly too huge. Bang! A figure was blasted flying. Chapter 72 Flower Guard. It wasn't Qing Hong that was blasted flying, and it was Lu Qingyu instead. As he gazed at the beautiful woman that had suddenly appeared before her, Qing Hong's mind was blank. What the hell? A First Heaven Realm expert was actually slapped away with a swing of this beautiful woman's hand? Little Yao opened her watery eyes wide as well, and she gazed at the beautiful woman with an expression of disbelief. As for those few black-clothed figures that were standing on guard for Lu Qingyu at the back, all of them were dumbstruck, and they seemed as if they were petrified. Cough. Lu Qingyu disregarded the surging shock in his heart, and he stood up slowly while the gaze he shot at the beautiful woman was filled with terror. As a genius that was ranked at the 19th position on the outer court rankings, he felt that he would even be able to exchange a few blows with some outer court elders. Yet now, not to mention fighting back, he wasn't even able to see how Shed attacked. Is she a spirit realm expert? When he thought up to here, Lu Qingyu's body started to tremble. The beautiful woman glanced indifferently at Lu Qingyu, and then she raised her head to look at the moon in the sky and said faintly, "I only wanted to live a peaceful life. Just a peaceful life." Her tone carried an extremely obvious feeling of helplessness. Right at this moment, Yan Yi and Manzi arrived, and both of them were stunned when they saw the situation in the surroundings. But in next to no time, Yan Yi recovered from his shock. After that, Yang Yi's wrist twisted as a sword appeared in his hand, and he was prepared to deal with these black-clothed figures before him first. "Year, let them leave!" Right at this moment, the beautiful woman spoke. Even though he was slightly unwilling, Yan Yi didn't dare to go against his mother. He immediately took a deep breath, kept his sword away, and then walked over to the beautiful woman. When they heard the beautiful women, Lu Qingyu and the other black-clothed figures recovered from their shock, and they didn't dare stay here any longer. They immediately turned around, and with a few leaps, they vanished beneath the veil of night. At this moment, the terror in Lu Qingyu's heart really couldn't be described with words. My God! My father actually wanted to marry a spirit realm expert as his concubine? When he thought up to here, Lu Qingyu's entire body broke out in cold sweat. This is like the stories of being audacious to the extreme out of lust. Fortunately, that beautiful woman merely wished to live a peaceful life. Otherwise, the Lu clan would have probably ceased to exist since a long time ago. Senior brother Lu, we brothers won't be joining you in this matter any longer. Farewell! Right at this moment, Chen Feng spoke to Lu Qingyu from the side, and then he turned around and flashed towards a different direction. Senior brother Lu, and bidding my farewells as well. The other disciple of the sword sect left as well. Lu Qingyu grunted coldly when he saw them leave. Even though he was slightly displeased in his heart, he didn't stop them. After all, they could be said to have offended a spirit realm expert. Even though this spirit realm expert seemed like she didn't intend to pursue the matter, but could anyone guarantee that she wouldn't change her mind? So if they wanted to live, then they had to rush back to the sword sect. Because they could only be unafraid of the beautiful woman after they returned to the sword sect. Young Master Du. The last black-clothed figure couldn't flee because he was a guest elder of the Lu clan. He was bound together for good and bad with the Lu clan. Even though he was unable to flee, it didn't mean that he wasn't afraid because that was a spirit realm expert. Lu Qingyu said in a low voice. It's fine. She has already said that she only wishes to live a peaceful life. You return and tell my father about this matter. My father will know what to do. Then what about you, young master? I'm heading back to the sword sect. I must return to the sword sect because I have an agreement to battle her son. If she finds out about it, she might choose to eliminate me first. After all, her son is only at the mortal realm now, and am already at the 3rd rank of the 1st heaven realm. But what? Do as I say. All right. The imperial capital of Qin. Within a luxurious room, a beautiful woman that sat cross-legged on the bed suddenly opened her eyes, and then she said in a low voice, You still fought in the end. As soon as she finished speaking, the beautiful woman swiftly stood up, and then she walked out of the room and said to another pretty young woman that stood outside the room, Gather the flower guard. Feng Yu has made an appearance in South Peace City. Head immediately to South Peace City. Yes, Elder Feng Yi. In the stone house, the beautiful woman stretched out her hand to touch Yan Ye's handsome face, and then a strand of a gentle expression flashed in her eyes. She said, It has already been 2 years. I never expected that year has already grown up into a man. Tears shimmered in Yan Ye's eyes. After 2 years, I've finally returned home. After a long time, he asked. Mother, you're really a profounder? Yang Yu was still unable to accept that his mother was an extraordinary expert. After all, they'd lived together for over 10 years, and the impression he has of his mother was one where she was gentle, virtuous, and never caused trouble. This change in her image was too sudden. The beautiful woman nodded, and then she pulled little Yao into her embrace. She rubbed little Yao's head and said, I'll tell both you and little Yao everything about me. When they heard the beautiful woman, Qing Hong and the others who were sitting at the side exchanged glances before they swiftly withdrew themselves from the stone house. When she saw them withdraw themselves, the beautiful woman said slowly, I was an outer court disciple of the Flower Palace in the past. I met your father by coincidence, and we fell in love. After that, I left the Flower Palace. The Flower Palace. Yan Yu was shocked in his heart, and he couldn't help but clench his fists together tightly. Even though Yan Yu didn't know much about the Flower Palace, had heard of it. After all, the Flower Palace was an extraordinary power that was merely inferior to the Origin School. The Flower Palace only took female disciples, and it even had a famous rule. This rule was that once one joined the Flower Palace, then one was prohibited from love, romance, or getting married. Once a disciple violated this rule, then even if that disciple fled to the corners of the world, the Flower Palace's flower guard would capture that disciple and inflict extremely cruel punishment upon that disciple. So, when he heard that his mother had betrayed the Flower Palace for his father that had never met, Yan Yi couldn't help but become anxious. Little Yao asked in a light voice, Mother, is the Flower Palace that power that doesn't allow others to get married? The beautiful woman nodded and said, Exactly. The reason I concealed my strength for these past 20 years was that I was trying to avoid being tracked and captured. Unfortunately, ID still fought tonight. I think that they're probably already on the way to South Peace City. So Yi and Little Yao, both of you must leave South Peace City as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Yang Yi stood up and said, Mother, I've never asked you about father in the past. Now I want to ask you about him. Is father still alive or has he been murdered by the Flower Palace? When she heard Yang Yi say the word father, the woman's figure stiffened while a pained expression flashed on her face. A cold glow flashed in Yang Yi's eyes when he noticed his mother's expression, and he said in a cold voice, Mother, father really died at the hands of the Flower Palace? Yang Yi's mother shook her head and said, No. Your father isn't dead. But just don't ask about it. Listen to me and leave South Peace City with little Yao. I'm their objective, and so long as they find me, then they probably won't look for the both of you. Even if they want to find the both of you haven't cultivated Flower Palace's cultivation technique, so they have no way to find the both of you. Yang Yi shook his head and said, If we leave, then we'll leave together. If mother doesn't leave, then I want as well. Little Yao won't leave as well. Little Yao, who laid in her mother's embrace, spoke in a firm voice. So, now that you've gained some ability, you don't intend to listen to me anymore? The beautiful woman was slightly angry. Yet she seemed to feel her tone was too heavy, and she eased it up and said, Year, be obedient and take Yao to the Sword Sect. With Yao's natural talent, the Sword Sect will probably take her in. So long as both of you are at the Sword Sect, then the members of the Flower Palace will probably not head to the Sword Sect to look for trouble with the two of you. Yang Yi didn't say anything. A mother knows her son best. So, how could the beautiful woman not know what Yang Yi was thinking? She said, Year, so long as little Yao and you're safe, mother wouldn't have any regrets even if I'm taken back to the Flower Palace. But if you act on impulse and cause the deaths of little Yao and yourself, then even if I died, I wouldn't be able to die in peace. Yang Yi raised his head to gaze at his mother, and he said, Mother, the reason I worked hard to become strong was to protect you and little Yao. If you're gone, then even if I'd become the strongest expert in the Southern Territory, it would still be meaningless. In short, I want leave. If they want to take you away, then they have to step over my dead body. Mother, I want leave as well. Little Yao wants to be with you and Big Brother forever. Little Yao's immature face was covered in a firm expression. Silly child, silly children. The beautiful woman embraced Yang Yi and little Yao, and her face was covered in tears. What a touching scene. Since all of you love each other so deeply, then there's no need to leave. All of you can stay in the Flower Palace's passionless cliff for a few tens of years. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice that didn't contain any emotions drifted into the stone house. Chapter 73 Feng Yu. When they heard this voice, the expressions of both Yang Yi and the beautiful woman changed abruptly. Yang Yi swiftly stood up before his sword appeared in his hand, because if someone wanted to take his mother away, then that person had to step over his dead body. The beautiful woman laughed bitterly and said, What's coming will come in the end. As soon as she finished speaking, she held Yang Yi and little Yao's hands and walked out of the stone house. 5 beautiful women that were light blue-colored dresses that were covered in flower patterns were standing outside the stone house. There was a gorgeous and lifelike flower of unknown name embroidered on their left chests. Under the rays of moonlight, it emanated a crystalline and dazzling glow. As he gazed at this emblem, Yang Yi knew that they were from the Flower Palace. On the other hand, Qing Hong's group of 3 that were originally standing on guard outside the house were lying on the ground now. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed they were still breathing and had just fallen unconscious. A wisp of a complicated expression flashed in the eyes of Yang Yi's mother when she saw the beautiful woman in the lead, and she said, Feng Yi, I never expected that you joined the Flower Guard. A wisp of a cold smile suffused the corners of the beautiful woman called Feng Yi, and she said, Yeah, it took you by surprise, right? All those years ago, your natural talent far exceeded my own, and if you didn't leave Flower Palace for a man, then your accomplishments now would have probably far exceeded my own. However, unfortunately, you who people called Fairy Feng all those years ago actually fell willingly and betrayed Flower Palace for a man. Because of that, you're actually only at the 2nd rank of the spirit realm now. Yang Yi was shocked in his heart when he heard this. This beautiful woman actually knows my mother, but it seems like there's enmity between them. This isn't good. Yang Yi's mother shook her head and said, I don't want to talk about the matters of the past. Feng Yi, out of consideration that we used to be from the sect, let me ask of something from you. Let my children go. It was I who violated the rules of the palace, and it isn't related to them. So long as you let them go, then I'm willing to return to the palace with you. Feng Yi glanced at Yang Yi and little Yao, and then she said, Feng Yu, do you think it's possible? According to the rules of the palace, they must return to the palace with you and be punished. As for whether you're willing or not, it isn't up to you any longer. They're innocent. Feng Yu spoke in a low voice. Feng Yi laughed coldly and said, If they're your children, then they aren't innocent. Actually, I really don't understand what was so good about that man. You actually betrayed the palace for him. Don't tell me it was because of love. If he really loved you, then he shouldn't have gotten entangled with you, nor should he have brought you away from the palace. Moreover, don't tell me that he didn't know the Flower Palace's rules. A wisp of a painful expression flashed on Feng Yi's face. After a short moment, she shook her head and said, I don't want to speak about the past. Feng Yi, out of consideration for the fact that we used to be disciples of the same sect, I beg you to allow my children to leave. Impossible. Feng Yi spoke in a low voice. My refusal isn't because I envy you. I admit that I envied you all those years ago, but when I saw how you are now, I don't feel envy any longer. Because you're unworthy of me feeling envious of you. You ought to be clearly aware of the reason I refused. The rules of the Flower Palace aren't something that you or I can change or go against. They must return with you to receive their punishment. Feng Yi still wanted to say something, yet at this moment, Yang Yi gazed at his mother as he knelt on the ground, and he said, Mother, there's no need to beg her again. Your son is useless. Even though I'm unable to protect you and little Yao, I can live and die with Mother and little Yao. Yao wants to live and die with Mother and Big Brother as well. Yao won't leave Mother. Little Yao held Feng Yi's hand tightly and spoke firmly. 2 rows of crystalline tears flowed once more from Feng Yi's eyes. She pulled Yang Yi and little Yao into her embrace, and then she said, It's I who is useless. I don't have the ability to protect both of you. It's Mother that's useless. When she saw this scene, a wisp of a complicated expression flashed past the eyes of a few beautiful women at the side. But they quickly recovered their calm. Even though they pitted these 3 people before them, no one dared to go against the rules of the Flower Palace, let alone them. Feng Yi's expression was calm while the emotions in her eyes didn't fluctuate at all. Just as Shed said, she really had been envious of Feng Yu in the past, or it should be said that all the disciples of the Feng generation within the Flower Palace were envious of Feng Yu. Because at that time, Feng Yu was called Fairy Feng, and no matter if it was in terms of strength or natural talent, she far surpassed everyone else. So, no matter how hard they worked, they were unable to compete with her. At that time, Feng Yu ruled the younger generation of Flower Palace. Of course, at that time, even though she was envious of Feng Yu didn't dare offend Feng Yu at all. After all, the entire sect had placed emphasis on fostering Feng Yu at that time, and the sect had to rely on her to seize a position on the ascension ranking. However, unfortunately, this disciple that the Flower Palace fostered with all its strength had betrayed the palace for a man, and this utterly infuriated the palace master and the other elders at that time. It was precisely because of this that the Flower Palace was still hunting Feng Yu after so long had passed. When she thought of what waited for Feng Yu upon returning to Flower Palace, Feng Yi sighed in her heart. She couldn't deny that she'd taken the initiative to pursue Feng Yu at the beginning because she wanted to lay eyes upon Feng Yu who'd fallen from her prime. Now she'd seen it. Feng Yu had completely lost the elegant demeanor she possessed in the past, and Feng Yi's strength was even much inferior to her. Logically speaking, I ought to feel happy from this sight, yet not only do I feel no happiness, I feel a type of sorrow instead. Could it be that the rules of the palace are truly too heartless? When she thought up to here, Feng Yi's heart shook, and she hurriedly cleared her mind of these thoughts. After that, she looked at Yang Yi and his family before she said, Feng Yu, let's go! Yang Yi turned around to look at Feng Yi. He took a deep breath before the profound energy within his body surged explosively. Yang Yi wouldn't stand there and allow himself to be captured, nor would he just watch as his mother returned to suffer whatever punishment the rules of the Flower Palace provided for. He knew that he wasn't a match for these 5 people before him, or it should be said that he wasn't a match for any one of these 5 people. But so what? For the sake of his mother and younger sister that were behind him, he would unsheath his sword even if he faced a Saint Realm expert. Your courage is praiseworthy, but you're overestimating your ability. As she gazed at Yang Yi who unsheathed his sword, Feng Yi spoke indifferently. Perhaps. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure had already vanished on the spot, and his sword carried strands of whistles as it tore through the sky and stabbed at Feng Yi who was in the lead. Yang Yi didn't hold back at all, nor did he dare hold back. He didn't know Feng Yi's exact cultivation, but he knew that this woman's strength was absolutely not inferior to Bloodhand and Su Qingshi from that day. Moreover, he knew that he was doing something beyond his ability, and it was very likely that he would be directly annihilated in this exchange. But so what? For the sake of his loved ones, not to mention death, he wouldn't regret it even if his soul could never enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yan Yi's speed and strength caused Feng Yi to be slightly surprised. It wasn't just Feng Yi, even the beautiful women behind Feng Yi and Feng Yu herself were slightly surprised. Because by attaining such a level of speed and strength at the mortal realm, one would be considered to be an extraordinary genius even in Flower Palace. Pretty good speed and attack power! As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Yu swung her right hand at Yang Yi, and a strand of strong wind blew at him. Yang Yi's figure was instantly blasted flying, yet the sword in Yang Yi's hand seemed like an arrow that had left the bow, and it transformed into a dazzling golden glow that directly penetrated through the strong wind and stabbed directly at Feng Yi. This time, Feng Yi wasn't just surprised, she was slightly shocked. She had never expected that Yang Yi's attack would actually be so fierce and sharp to the point of directly piercing through the strong wind she created. Even though this strong wind was something she'd create with a casual swing of her hand, she was an expert at the 8th rank of the spirit realm. Logically speaking, the casual attack of an expert at the spirit realm wasn't something that even profounders at the first heaven realm were unable to resist. As she caught Yang Yi that was blasted flying by Feng Yi, a wisp of shock flashed through Feng Yi's eyes when she saw Yang Yi's sword pierce through the strong wind created by Feng Yi. Obviously, she had never expected that Yang Yi's sword would be able to pierce through it. When she made Yang Yi head to the sword sect all those years ago, besides for the sake of allowing Yang Yi to have the ability to survive in the Southern Territory, she had also done it because of the Flower Palace's pursuit. However, she had never imagined that Yang Yi's strength would actually be so formidable now. He can't be allowed to be taken to the Flower Palace. In merely an instant, Feng Yu decided. Of course, she had never thought about allowing Yang Yi to be taken to the Flower Palace, and this thought just became even firmer now. After all, once they were taken to the Flower Palace, then even if Yang Yi was able to survive, his life would be controlled by the Flower Palace. She couldn't allow her son to become a slave of the Flower Palace. Bang! Feng Yi waved her hand casually once more, and Yang Yi's sword was instantly blasted flying. Moreover, it stabbed towards Yang Yi at a speed that was countless times swifter than before. When she saw the sword shoot over like a bolt of lightning, Feng Yi's beautiful brows knit together. Right when she intended to make a move, the sword slowed down instead, and under the astounded gazes of everyone, the sword's speed grew slower and slower. In the end, it arrived before Yang Yi as if it had strolled over. As she gazed at the sword that floated before Yang Yi, a wisp of a solemn expression flashed in Feng Yi's eyes, and as if she'd thought of something, killing intent flashed in her eyes. Obviously, Yang Yi's potential and strength caused her to feel that he was a threat. Chapter 74 Beneath the Sky and Above the Ground. As he utilized his will to control the sword before him, and Yang Yi was about to attack once more. Right at this moment, Feng Yi's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. You aren't a match for her. I'll execute a secret technique later and pin them down. You take little Yao with you and return to the sword sect. I know you're not afraid of death, and I know that you don't want to see me return with them and suffer. However, it isn't the time to act impulsively now. While there's life, there's hope. So long as you're still alive, then I'll have hope. Right when Yang Yi was about to say something, Feng Ye's scarlet-red lips parted once more, and she said via voice transmission. If you refuse, then I'll immediately kill myself before you. Yang Yi's eyes turned red while he revealed an expression of pain, and it felt as if knives were slicing at his heart. He glanced at little Yao that was still holding on tightly to his mother's hand. Little Yao was still too young, so even though she didn't want to leave her mother, her little face was already pale and covered in terror. Feng Yu couldn't bear to see Yang Yi in such pain, yet she had no choice. She knew her son's character, and if she didn't force him like this, then he wouldn't leave her behind and flee by himself even if she threatened to kill him. Feng Yi frowned when she noticed Feng Yu was speaking to Yang Yi via voice transmission, and she said in a low voice, "Are all of you going to come with us, or should I take all of you away by force? Yi, I won't be immediately sentenced to death after I'm taken back. So long as you possess sufficient strength in the future, then you can rescue me from Flower Palace. If you're captured by them as well, then I wouldn't have any hope at all. So you have to survive for my sake, alright?" When she noticed that Yang Yi was still struggling, Feng Yu spoke once more via voice transmission, and she gave Yang Yi some hope. Yang Yi clenched his fists tightly, causing his nails to pierce into his palm, and his face had already twisted. He was filled with hate. He hated himself for lacking strength because if he possessed sufficient strength, then it wouldn't matter even if his mother had violated the rules of Flower Palace. But he didn't possess the required strength. When she noticed Feng Yu was still speaking via voice transmission, Feng Yi said with a low voice, "Capture them." The figures of the four beautiful women behind Feng Yi moved when they heard her, and they moved to encircle Yang Yi's family. Feng Yi's expression changed upon noticing this, and she raised little Yao who was by her side and threw her into Yang Yi's embrace. She said, "Take little Yao and leave. I'll be waiting for you to rescue me." As soon as she finished speaking, a strand of terrifying aura surged out explosively from within Feng Yi's body. After that, countless crystalline flowers formed from profound energy instantly appeared in the surroundings. When these flowers that were like snowflakes appeared in the surroundings, numerous strands of terrifying hissing sounds resounded through the surroundings. It was the sound of air being minced apart by them. Feng Yi's countenance turned ghastly pale when she saw these flowers, and she cried out involuntarily. 100-flower mutilation! Feng Yu, you actually executed such a forbidden technique! Have you really gone mad? At the same time as she spoke, Feng Yi and the other women hurriedly utilized their movement techniques to retreat. Feng Yu paid no attention to Feng Yi, and she turned around to roar at Yang Yi who stood behind her. "Leave! Quickly! Do you really want me to kill myself in front of your eyes?" Yang Yi swiftly kowtowed 3 times to Feng Yu, and then he embraced little Yao who was choking with sobs before turning around and dashing towards the city gate. "Mother, wait for me! You must wait for me!" A wisp of a smile appeared on Feng Yi's pale face when she heard Yang Yi, and then she madly circulated the profound energy within her body and controlled those crystalline flowers to surge towards Feng Yi and the others. Presently, all she could do was try her best to pin Feng Yi and the others down so that she could buy some time for Yang Yi to escape. The forbidden technique Feng Yu executed was too terrifying, and the commotion it created was extremely astounding. Thus, all the profounders within South Peace City were shocked by it. However, not a single one of them dared to come over and watch the battle. Moreover, even the guards of South Peace City didn't dare act in that way. Because the commotion from the battle was something that would at least require a spirit realm expert to create. Experts of this level had strange tempers, so if they came to watch the battle, then these experts might casually put an end to their lives. After a long time, everything returned to calm. Feng Yu sat weakly on the ground with disheveled hair, and her countenance was ghastly pale, and without a trace of blood. Moreover, there was even a wisp of scarlet red hanging from the corner of her mouth. Executing such a forbidden technique caused your foundation to be damaged. Not only will your cultivation fall, but you'll also never be able to advance in your cultivation for your entire lifetime. Was it worth it? Feng Yi gazed at Feng Yu, who sat weakly on the ground, and spoke in a low voice. A wisp of a strange smile arose on the corners of Feng Yi's mouth, and she said, "You'd know if it was worth it if you had children as well." Feng Yi grunted coldly and said, "I'll never have children in my lifetime. You, on the other hand, gave up your future by betraying the palace for a man. Now you've executed such a forbidden technique for two little fellows. Moreover, you'll have to eternally suffer the pain from the Yin gale at the bottom of Passionless Cliff because of these three people. Is it really worth it?" Feng Yu didn't speak, and she just gazed at the direction that Yang Yi had fled towards. She really wanted to tell Feng Yi that there were many things in this world that didn't need to be worth it to be done, but she didn't speak about it. Because she knew that a person like Feng Yi who'd grown up in Flower Palace since a young age wouldn't understand. Presently, she was only concerned about whether Yang Yi would be able to return safely to the Sword Sect. As if she knew what Feng Yi was thinking, Feng Yi grunted coldly, and then she looked towards the direction Yang Yi had left towards and said, "Truthfully speaking, his strength and potential is really not bad, and it isn't inferior at all to some geniuses in the younger generation of Flower Palace. If he's able to grow up, then his accomplishments in the future would definitely be extraordinary. But unfortunately, I won't allow him to grow. So, I've decided to personally pursue him." Feng Yu didn't speak, and she just gazed at the direction Yang Yi fled towards. She'd already done what she could, and now it depended entirely on Yang Yi's own fortune. Feng Yi said, "Restrain her and then head to the city governor's estate. Go give the city governor an explanation. Tell him that it was an internal affair of our Flower Palace. I'll go pursue that kid. All of you don't have to wait for me. Return immediately to the palace after you've finished with the city governor." After she finished speaking, Feng Yi's figure suddenly vanished towards the distance. In the next moment, she'd already appeared over 100 m away. Outside South Peace City, Yang Yi held little Yao in his arms as he sat on the gray wolf and rode beneath the moonlight, and he made the gray wolf speed up to its limit. Yang Yi's expression was extremely gloomy while his eyes were completely red. At this moment, he was filled with extreme hatred. Besides hatred towards the Flower Palace, he hated himself for lacking strength. Because if he possessed sufficient strength, then his mother wouldn't have executed that forbidden technique for their sake. If he possessed sufficient strength, then he would be able to protect his mother and little Yao better, if he had strength. Yes, if he had strength, then everything would have gone according to his will. However, he didn't. He was only a profounder at the mortal realm. And he didn't even have the strength to resist those flower guards. I want to become strong. I want no one beneath the sky and above the ground to be able to control the fate of I, Yang Yi, and my loved ones. I want all the rules and laws in the world to be unable to restrain me and my loved ones." Yang Yi clenched his fists tightly and spoke firmly on the back of the gray wolf. From this moment onward, Yang Yi's target had become clear. In the past, his target was only to allow his mother and younger sister to have a good life. But the incident from tonight allowed Yang Yi to understand exactly how far and unreachable such a seemingly simple target actually was. If he wanted to accomplish this target, then he had to be able to disregard the rules of the Flower Palace. Otherwise, this target of his would only be a laughable thought. On the wolf's back, little Yao moved closer into Yang Yi's embrace, and she said timidly, "Big brother, will mother be fine?" The incident that occurred tonight was truly too shocking to her. First, her mother that she'd lived with for over 10 years had suddenly become an extraordinary expert of legend. After that, those experts of legend that she'd only heard of and never seen before in the past had come to capture her and her loved ones. This string of unexpected events caused her to be terrified and furious. Because in her impression, her mother was one that never got angry, and her mother was always kind and polite to everyone. Moreover, her mother never did anything that was against the rules or laws. So, she wondered why they wanted to capture such a good person like her mother? And on what basis were they capturing her mother? From this moment onward, A seed of hatred had been planted deep within the heart of this naive and innocent little girl's heart. When he heard little Yao, Yang Yi tightened his embrace on little Yao and said in a gentle voice, "Don't worry, Mother will be fine. Mother told Big Brother that she'll be fine, and she said that she'll wait for Big Brother's strength to become formidable and rescue her." "Really?" asked little Yao. "Your Big Brother is telling the truth." Right at this moment, Feng Yi's voice appeared once more in the ears of Yang Yi and little Yao. Yang Yi was shocked in his heart upon hearing this voice, and he raised his head up and took a glance. He noticed that Feng Yi had suddenly appeared above them. Chapter 75. Let's Fight? Feng Yi floated in midair beneath the rays of moonlight, and there was a pair of wings formed from profound energy behind her back. Feng Yi's expression was gloomy while her eyes stared fixedly at the nether wolf beneath Yang Yi, and the shock within her heart was at its limit. The nether wolf was only a 9th-rank dark beast. Logically speaking, a dark beast of such level shouldn't make her lose her composure. Of course, the precondition was that 2 humans weren't sitting on the nether wolf. Because of some special reasons, the relationship between dark beasts and humans in the Southern Territory couldn't be considered to be adverse, but it could absolutely not be said to be friendly. To put it simply, they have no communication or relationship with each other. Of course, if a human dared to step foot into the interior of the Grand Myriad Mountains without permission, then the human would absolutely not be able to return. Similarly, if a dark beast dared to step foot into the human world without permission, then its belly would be split apart to retrieve his core. Yet now, a 9th-rank dark beast that should appear in the Grand Myriad Mountains had actually appeared in the human world, and it was even being ridden by a profounder at the mortal realm. At the same time that it caused Feng Yi to be bewildered, she was even shocked to the point her thoughts were thrown slightly into chaos. Feng Yi took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in her heart, and then a strand of killing intent flashed through her eyes as she thought in her heart. This kid absolutely can't be allowed to live. Otherwise, even if he's unable to threaten the Flower Palace, he'd definitely be quite a big trouble for the palace once he grows up in the future. Yang Yi's heart shook when he sensed the killing intent emanated by Feng Yi, and then he said to the violet mink that resided within his vortex dantian, "Little fellow, even though I don't know exactly what sort of existence you are, I know that your origins are absolutely extraordinary. So, flee yourself later. If you have the ability, then bring my younger sister along for me, and if you don't, then just flee yourself. With your ability, she would probably be unable to capture you." Yang Yi was confident in the violet mink's ability to escape. After all, that black-robed fellow from that day was countless times more formidable than this woman that stood before him, but that black-robed figure was unable to capture the violet mink, let alone this woman. The violet mink blinked within his vortex dantian. It didn't shake its head or nod, and only a light violet glow arose on its little claws. Why do you want to capture my mother and us?" When she noticed Feng Yi that flew in midair, little Yao was slightly fearful, yet she still asked this question. Feng Yi didn't answer this question, and she looked at Yang Yi instead and asked, "Why is this 9th-rank dark beast with you? Don't tell me that it's your pet." In the Southern Territory, some nobles like to keep pets, but those pets were mostly at the 5th rank or below, and they were those extremely meek species of dark beasts. She had never seen or heard of a pet being a 9th-rank dark beast, and especially one that was extremely formidable in combat like a nether wolf. "What will the Flower Palace do to my mother?" Yang Yi ignored her question. Feng Yi didn't answer, and she gave him her conditions instead. "Tell me how you control this 9th-rank dark beast, and I can spare your life and allow you to be a flower servant of my Flower Palace. Answer my question first." Yang Yi gazed at Feng Yi as he spoke. Feng Yi frowned, and she was slightly displeased in her heart. However, when she thought about Yang Yi's method to control dark beasts, she could only make a compromise. "Don't worry, the Flower Palace won't punish her to death, and she'd probably be imprisoned at the bottom of Passionless Cliff to be tortured by the cold gales and poison from the passionless flower. In the past, all who violated the rules of the palace suffered the same consequences, and it was done for the sake of making an example out of them. However, unfortunately, this method wasn't really effective. I wonder if the palace will use a different method this time. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and he gazed at Feng Yi as he revealed a savage smile and said, I, Yang Yi, swear that if I don't die, then I'll definitely return the torture all of you give my mother by 100-fold. A wisp of disdain suffused the corners of Feng Yi's mouth, and she said, Today, I finally understand what overestimating one's strength is like. Not to mention that you're only a profounder at the mortal realm who possesses a good natural talent. Even if you're an exalt realm expert, you'd only be a slightly more formidable ant to my flower palace. The resources and reserves of my flower palace isn't something that you can imagine. Alright, I originally intended to spare your life and allow you to just be a flower slave, but now it would seem like there's no need for that. Don't think that I'm unable to get the secrets you possess if you refuse to tell them to me. Then why don't you make a move, bitch? Yang Yi revealed a savage expression as he spoke. Killing intent flashed in Feng Yi's eyes. Right when she was about to make a move, she suddenly frowned, and she glanced towards the surroundings while she said in a low voice, Since you've come, then show yourself. A white shadow flashed, and then a woman that wore a white dress and held a green sword appeared by Yang Yi's side. The woman was none other than Su Qingshi, who Yang Yi had made an agreement with. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw Su Qingshi. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid that little Yao would die with him. Even though he didn't know why Su Qingshi had made an appearance here, but it wasn't important any longer. Because little Yao was safe. A member of the Sword Sect? Feng Yi frowned, and then she asked in a low voice. Su Qingshi glanced at Yang Yi, who still had a savage expression, and then she looked at Feng Yi and nodded before she said, He's a disciple of my Sword Sect. You can't touch him. Feng Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as she said, He's the son of a disciple from my flower palace that violated the rules of the palace. You ought to be clearly aware of my flower palace's rules. Clang! The green sword in Su Qingshi's hand suddenly struggled free from her fair palm, and it left behind a green afterimage as it shot into the sky and emanated a resounding sword howl. Then let's fight! A wisp of a solemn expression flashed through Feng Yi's eyes when she saw that green sword because it was actually an earth-rank sword. Her cultivation was roughly on par with the woman before her, so she was originally not afraid to fight this woman. However, this woman's sword was at the earth rank, whereas her dark treasure was only at the high grade of the profound rank. Even though it was merely a rank lower, the difference between them was extraordinarily great. This caused her to hesitate because when the cultivation of two profounders was on par, then it was dark treasures and techniques that were the key to victory. There's no enmity between my flower palace and the Sword Sect, whereas your Sword Sect has enmity with the Ghost Sect. My flower palace has always maintained a neutral position. So, do you really want to form enmity with my flower palace for the sake of a single outer court disciple? Feng Yi spoke in a low voice. The Su Qingshi circulated the profound energy within her body, and she said indifferently, Whether enmity is formed or not, it isn't something a mere elder like you can decide. Don't waste your breath any longer. If you want to kill him, then make a move. As she spoke, a terrifying imposing aura instantly enveloped down towards Feng Yi. Feng Yi was just about to speak when this imposing aura suddenly enveloped her, causing her expression to instantly turn grim, and she cried out involuntarily. Sword Force, it's actually Sword Force. You're the Sword Sect's Fairy Su? Yes, Su Qingshi admitted. When she heard Su Qingshi admit this fact, Feng Yi didn't have the slightest intention to fight any longer. After all, Su Qingshi was an expert that was ranked on the Hidden Dragon rankings. What was the Hidden Dragon rankings? Just like the Ascension rankings, it was a place where all the monstrous geniuses gathered. Even though her cultivation was roughly on par with Su Qingshi, she knew that even if Su Qingshi didn't possess an earth-rank sword, she would still not be a match for Su Qingshi. Fairy Su, even though I'm not a match for you, the Flower Palace won't let this matter go. In the future, my Flower Palace will definitely head to your Sword Sect to ask for an explanation. After she spoke these words, Feng Yi turned around and left. At this moment, she felt slightly regretful. She regretted asking those flower guards to leave, otherwise, with the joint forces of all 5 of them, then Su Qingshi wouldn't be a match for them no matter how formidable Su Qingshi was. When he saw Feng Yi being scared off by Su Qingshi, Yang Yi muttered in his heart, "This is strength, this is strength. I, Yang Yi, want such strength as well. I, Yang Yi, want even stronger strength than this. Big sister, save my mother, all right." Little Yao pleaded to Su Qingshi from atop the wolf. Even though she didn't know anything about their strengths and cultivations, she knew that this big sister before her was extremely formidable. Because that woman who could fly was scared away by this big sister. So, she felt that so long as this big sister was willing, then this big sister would definitely be able to rescue her mother. Yang Yi looked at Su Qingshi as well when he heard Little Yao. He didn't have that feeling of male chauvinism, or that baffling sense of self-respect. If Su Qingshi was able to rescue his mother, and allow his mother to avoid suffering, then he would only feel heartfelt gratitude towards Su Qingshi, and he would feel that he was useless because a woman had helped him. When she noticed their hopeful gazes, Su Qingshi felt slightly unable to bear refusing them, yet she still shook her head in the end. It was very likely that saving Yang Yi would cause a conflict to arise between the Sword Sect and the Flower Palace, and if she rescued Yang Yi's mother, then it would be very likely but absolutely. With the current situation the Sword Sect was in, it was truly unable to bear conflict being aroused between it and the Flower Palace. Little Yao was about to say something else when she was stopped by Yang Yi, and he said, "Little Yao, don't ask any more. Big brother will save mother. Big brother promises that he'll definitely rescue mother, and allow our family to be reunited." Woo-woo. Why did they capture mother? Why? Little Yao turned around and hugged Yang Yi tightly while choking with sobs. In next to no time, Little Yao fell into a deep sleep in Yang Yi's embrace. "Do you resent me?" Meanwhile, Su Qingshi had her back to Yang Yi as she asked this question. She'd come over this time because she found out that Lu Qingyu and 2 other outer court disciples from the Sword Sect had come to South Peace City to harm Yang Yi. However, she had never expected to witness the events that had occurred just now in South Peace City. Yang Yi rubbed Little Yao's head and said in a low voice, "I did resent you a little bit at the beginning, but I don't any longer. I'm very surprised and grateful that you were able to offend the Flower Palace for me and my younger sister. But don't worry, you wouldn't have saved my life for nothing because you'll work hard to ascend into the ascension rankings." When she heard Yang Yi, the green sword in Su Qingshi's hand trembled lightly while her lips moved a little, yet she didn't say anything in the end. Chapter 76 The Lu Clan. Yang Yi gazed at the woman before him, and a wisp of a complicated expression flashed in his eyes. He went silent for a moment before he asked, "What are you doing at South Peace City?" Su Qingshi didn't tell him the reason, and she just said indifferently, "Your ability to control dark beasts is too shocking, so it's better that you don't summon the Netherwolf in the human world. Otherwise, you'll face endless troubles." When he recalled Feng Yi's shocked expression from before, Yang Yi nodded, and then he glanced at Little Yao that lay in his embrace and said, "Can I ask something of you?" "Speak," said Su Qingshi. As he gazed at Little Yao that was in deep sleep, a strand of a gentleness flashed in Yang Yi's eyes before he said, "Can you help me take care of my younger sister? My mother said her natural talent isn't bad, and she can cultivate. If it's possible, then allow her to cultivate by your side." Su Qingshi's beautiful brows knit together slightly, and she said in a low voice, "The Flower Palace's strength is extremely terrifying. Not to mention the other experts in the palace, merely those flower guards from before aren't experts that you can go against. Moreover, those few people from before are probably just a small group within the Flower Guard, and their strengths in the Flower Guard is at the lower middle. If you go look for them now, then you'll be giving your life away. Understand?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I'm not that stupid. My mother paid such a huge price to allow me and my younger sister to escape, so I wouldn't be stupid enough to go give my life away. I asked you to allow little Yao to follow by your side because I want little Yao to become strong. After all, it's impossible for me to be by her side and protect her at all times. She must possess her own strength. Moreover, if she joins the Sword Sect and doesn't leave the Sword Sect, then I presume the Flower Palace wouldn't dare trespass into the Sword Sect to capture her. When she heard Yang Yi, Su Qingshi felt relieved in her heart, and then she nodded and said, I can do that. Thank you. Yang Yi spoke in a serious manner. Su Qingshi waved her hand, and the green sword laid horizontally in front of her before she said, Put the nether wolf away. It'll take you and your younger sister back to the Sword Sect. Yang Yi shook his head and said, Take my younger sister back, I still have some things to deal with in South Peace City. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. Su Qingshi glanced deeply at Yang Yi, and then she took little Yao and left. After he watched Su Qingshi and little Yao vanish into the horizon, Yang Yi turned around and looked at South Peace City, and he said with a savage expression, Lu Clan! If it wasn't for all of you, my mother wouldn't have fought, and she wouldn't have been noticed by the Flower Palace. Let's get even for both the enmity of past and present. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi placed the nether wolf into his dantian, and then he dashed towards South Peace City. The Lu Clan. The Lu Clan's patriarch, Lu Nan, was over 40 years of age, and his figure was slightly chubby. After a long time of accumulation, he who possessed an extremely inferior natural talent had cultivated to the 9th rank of the mortal realm as well. The Lu clan was already a large clan in South Peace City, and coupled with the fact that his son, Lu Qingyu, had been recruited as an outer court disciple of the Sword Sect, Lu Nan was extremely distinguished, and even the city governor of South Peace City had to be slightly courteous to him. However, the words that guest elder spoke to him upon returning caused the distinguished and haughty patriarch of the Lu clan to be utterly terrified. Had already been pacing up and down anxiously in the hall for almost 2 hours. When he thought about how Head actually intended to make a spirit realm expert his concubine, he even had the desire to take his own life. It was a spirit realm expert. Not to mention becoming his concubine, even the crown prince and kings of the empire didn't have the qualifications for that. Right at this moment, an attendant ran into the hall. When he saw this person, Lu Nan hurriedly said, What happened? What did the city governor say? Is he willing to increase the guards to protect my Lu clan? Yes, after he found out that Yan Ye's mother was a spirit realm expert, Lu Nan was first terrified to the point his limbs went weak. However, after he recovered from his shock, had hurriedly sent an attendant over to ask for the city governor's help. Even though he knew that the city governor would definitely not help him, he had no other choice and could only beg the city governor. Because only the city governor could ask for backup from the capital city of the state of Jing. The attendant said, Patriarch, the city governor asked Lord Lu to not worry. Yan Ye's mother is a disciple of the Flower Palace that violated its rules, and she has already been captured by the members of the Flower Palace. Moreover, those members of the Flower Palace have even gone to capture Yang Yi and his younger sister that have fled. So, our Lu clan is safe. Really? Lu Nan was overjoyed. Of course it's true. Ha ha. Lu Nan roared brazenly with laughter. After laughing for a while, he said with a smile, So she was a disciple of Flower Palace. No wonder she was so beautiful, and her daughter was a true beauty in the making as well. Unfortunately, they just had to go against my Lu clan. This is the consequence of that. Suddenly, a sword light flashed. Along with a hiss that resounded through the air, the head of the attendant standing before Lu Nan flew into the sky in an arc. Lu Nan's laughter stopped abruptly while the smile on his face froze. As he gazed at Yan Yi that had suddenly appeared before him, he said with a trembling voice, Weren't you captured by the Flower Palace? You. Yan Yi walked slowly over to Lu Nan, and he said as he walked, Are you very disappointed? When he saw Yan Yi walking over, Lu Nan's legs started trembling as he said, Yan Yi, what are you thinking of doing? We're within the boundaries of the Grand Qin Empire, and it's against the law to kill me. Aren't you afraid of becoming wanted in the Grand Qin Empire? How do you think I should kill you? As he gazed at Lu Nan, who stood before him in terror, Yang Yi smiled as he spoke, yet his smile was slightly hideous. It was precisely this fellow before him that had frequently bullied Yang Yi's family, and for the sake of making Yang Yi's mother become his concubine, had utilized the forces of the Lu clan to pressure Yang Yi's family at all times, causing his family to be practically the most impoverished family in South Peace City. Yet now, it was also because of the Lu clan that his mother's identity was exposed, and it led to her capture by the Flower Palace. When he thought up to here, it felt as if blades were slicing his heart. "Guards! Guards!" Lu Nan roared madly when he heard Yang Yi. Even though he was at the 9th rank of the mortal realm, it was a cultivation that was accumulated through time, and he was a 9th rank mortal realm profounder that hadn't fought a battle. So, what he thought about first was to cry for help and not resist. "There's no need to shout. Besides some servants, all the guest elders and members of your Lu clan are already dead. Yes, it was I who killed them. Now only you remain." Yang Yi revealed a cruel smile. Lu Nan's eyes opened wide as he spoke with astonishment. You! My Lu clan's members that are over 100 in number have been annihilated by you. You devil! Qing Yu won't let you go. The Grand Qin Empire won't let you go," Yang Yi said. "Don't worry, I won't let them go as well. They'll go down to accompany you very soon." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light flashed, and then Lu Nan's head flew into the air. Yang Yi turned around and walked out of the Lu clan estate. After that, he gazed at the Lu clan estate that was already in flames, and he revealed a wisp of a cruel smile as he said, "All those that harm my loved ones, I'll return it to you by 10 times, no, 100 times. Right at this moment, a group of troops from the Grand Qin Empire that wore black armor encircled Yang Yi, and then a middle-aged man that wore a luxurious robe walked over to Yang Yi and said in a low voice, "You're an outer court disciple of the Sword Sect? I'm the city governor of South Peace City." If he knew that Yang Yi's mother was a spirit realm expert, then he wouldn't have accepted the Lu clan's bribe no matter what. However, there was no medicine for regret in the world. So, since had already offended Yang Yi, then he had to eliminate this potential trouble. So, when the servants of the Lu clan reported this incident to the city governor's estate, had personally led over 109th rank mortal realm guards over. He knew that disciples of the sects were usually able to fight others that possessed higher cultivations than their own. So, had brought over all the guards in South Peace City. Over 109th rank mortal realm experts that had killed their way out of the army, so even a first heaven realm expert wouldn't be a match for them. When he saw this middle-aged man that stood before him, a wisp of a cruel smile arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. If it wasn't because this middle-aged man had colluded with the Lu clan, then the guards would have made an appearance in time, and his mother wouldn't have exposed her strength. This fellow deserves death. When he noticed the killing intent Yang Yi emanated, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and he took 2 steps back before he said, "Yang Yi, even though you're an outer court disciple of the Sword Sect, you don't have the authority to annihilate someone's clan within my city. You've already violated the laws of the Grand Qin Empire. Guard! Seize him!" Right when those guards intended to make a move, Yang Yi's figure moved, and a sword light flashed. After that, the city governor's head carried a strand of blood as it flew up into the air. Everyone was extremely shocked. They never imagined that Yang Yi would actually dare to kill the city governor in public, nor had they imagined that his speed would actually be so swift to the point they weren't even able to determine how he's launched that attack. The city governor's eyes were wide open, and he truly died while unable to close his eyes and was filled with everlasting regret. Actually, he was right. Yang Yi was indeed unable to defeat over 100 experts at the 9th rank of the mortal realm. However, had been careless because he just had to get so close to Yang Yi. Of course, it wasn't just him, even those guards had been careless. Or perhaps, it could be said that they never expected Yang Yi to kill the city governor right here on the streets. After they recovered from their shock, they immediately pounced towards Yang Yi. However, they hadn't taken a few steps before they stopped. Because a badge had suddenly appeared in Yang Yi's hand, and it was the badge from the Talisman Masters Association. Chapter 77. Is it worth it? Yan Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them stop moving. He knew that with his identity as a Talisman Master, these guards wouldn't make a move against him. When he faced those members of the Flower Palace just now, Yan Yi had thought about revealing his identity as a Talisman Master, but he didn't in the end. Because he was afraid that death would arrive even sooner if he did so. When they saw the badge in Yan Yi's hand, one of the guards that seemed to be the leader said in a deep voice, "You're a Talisman Master?" Yan Yi nodded. The leader bowed to Yan Yi and said, "Go report what you've done in South Peace City to the Talisman Masters Association. Please let me know your name and rank." "Yan Yi, Grade 4 Talisman Master." Yan Yi spoke indifferently. He knew that this was the rule. If he concealed it or refused, then these people had the authority to capture him. The leader cupped his fist to Yan Yi, and then he turned around and shouted to the others, "Dismiss!" The status of a Talisman Master was even loftier than nobles in the Grand Qin Empire, and even some nobles that were conferred titles of nobility had to bow to Talisman Masters. So, since this person that annihilated South Peace City's Lu clan and the city governor was a Talisman Master, this matter wasn't something that he could interfere in, and the people above him in ranks would get in contact with the Talisman Masters Association instead. When they heard this, all of them didn't hesitate to turn around and leave, and in less than a few breaths of time, all of them had vanished beneath the night sky. After he watched them leave, Yan Yi gazed at the Talisman Master's badge in his hand, and he said in a low voice, "It really is an awesome thing." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi's figure flashed and vanished beneath the night sky. In that stone house where Feng Yu and Little Yao were hiding before this, Qing Hong's group of 3 were sitting while facing each other. As she gazed at the candlelight that flickered indeterminately on the stone table, Qing Hong said in a low voice, "Big brother, do you think Yang Yi will be fine?" Manzi said in a low voice, "Little Hong, it isn't suitable for us to stay here any longer. We must leave as soon as possible. It's best to leave the city immediately and never make an appearance here again." Manzi still felt slightly fearful towards those members of the Flower Palace. Their strengths were utterly not something his group could go against, yet the 3 of them were guarding the people those members of the Flower Palace wanted to capture. Fortunately, those members of the Flower Palace weren't bloodthirsty figures, otherwise the 3 of them would have probably been transformed into corpses. Qing Hong shook her head and said, "Big brother, let's wait a while longer. If Yang Yi is fine, then he'll definitely come looking for us." As he gazed at Qing Hong, who remained stubborn, Manzi sighed and said, "Little Hong, Big brother knows what you're thinking. Brother Yang is outstanding indeed, but we're people of 2 worlds. Even if he isn't captured by them, it's impossible for the 2 of you to be together. After depending on each other for over 20 years, how could Manzi be unaware of Qing Hong's thoughts? He was originally extremely supportive of this because Yang Yi was truly too outstanding after all. So, if Qing Hong was able to be by his side, then she would definitely not have to live such a dangerous life. However, after he found out that Yang Yi was someone the Flower Palace intended to capture, had changed his mind. It wasn't because he was a despicable fellow that only cared about personal gain, and it was purely because he didn't want his younger sister to be mixed up in the matter between Yang Yi and the Flower Palace. Because enmity of such level was utterly not something little mercenaries like them could endure. Qing Hong's face turned slightly red from being exposed by her older brother. However, she didn't refute it or conceal it, and she asked instead, "On what basis can we not be together? Big brother, haven't you heard of that saying? Love is irrespective of strength, age, or sect. So long as 2 people love each other, then nothing is a problem." Xiao He, who's remained silent all this while, glanced at Qing Hong, and then he shook his head and continued playing with the blade in his hand. Manzi puckered his lips and said, "Little Hong, do you yourself believe those words? All right, even if those words are true. But do you and Yang Yi love each other? Only a silly little girl like you would fall in love with him after just meeting him once. My dear sister, Both of you've only met twice since you've known each other. How could you have fallen in love with him? Ching Hong glared at Manzi and said, a fellow that only knows how to visit brothels like you wouldn't understand. I'm not going to waste my breath on you any longer. Actually, Ching Hong only had an unusual feeling towards Yang Yi at that time, and it was far from being able to be called love. The reason it had transformed into love now was that it was a transformation that had occurred while she lived together with little Yao and Yang Yi's mother. She had found out about Yang Yi's past from little Yao and Yang Yi's mother. It could be said that Yang Yi's attitude towards his family, and Yang Yi's spirit of being unyielding before difficulty had moved her. When he heard Ching Hong expose his deeds, Manzi's face turned red, and he said, my dear sister, listen to your big brother's advice and forget Brother Yang. Let's continue our lives as mercenaries. Even though it's slightly dangerous and arduous, we feel at ease in the heart. If you want to leave, then leave. In any case, I won't be leaving. Ching Hong puckered her lips and spoke in a slightly angry manner. Manzi laughed bitterly, and then he looked at Xiao Hei that had remained silent since the beginning. He said, Xiao Hei, clarify your position, all right? Will you leave or stay? Xiao Hei glanced at Manzi, and then he wrote a single word on the table with his dagger, stay. Manzi was instantly infuriated. Right when he was about to say something, Yang Yi walked into the stone house. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the three of them who sat before the table. He was just about to speak when a figure had already pounced into his embrace, and it caused Yang Yi's body to instantly stiffen. Ching Hong hugged Yang Yi forcefully and said, You're all right. You're all right. Yang Yi pushed her away lightly. When he saw that Ching Hong's face was covered in tears, his heart softened, and he immediately stretched out his hand to wipe her tears as he said, Big sister Ching Hong, thank you. As he spoke, he gazed at Manzi and Xiao Hei who remained at the side and said, Thank you, Brother Manzi and Brother Xiao Hei. Thank you for protecting my mother and younger sister. Manzi smiled and said, Brother Yang, there's no need to mention it. If it wasn't for Brother Yang, then the three of us would probably already be dead. Moreover, Brother Yang even paid us. So, no matter what, we should try our best to protect Brother Yang's family. However, those people from tonight. Yang Yi shook his head and interrupted what Manzi was about to say. He said, I understand. Those people weren't existences that Brother Manzi and everyone else could resist. I don't blame all of you for this. I came looking for all of you today. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi withdrew a saber and dagger from within Bloodhand's spatial ring, and then he said, Both these dark treasures are at the high grade of the yellow rank, and it's my compensation and thanks for protecting my younger sister and mother for this period of time. Manzi hurriedly waved his hand and said, Brother Yang, what are you saying? The dark treasures and gold you gave us that day has already far exceeded the price to hire us. Moreover, the three of us weren't able to properly protect your younger sister and mother. So, how could we possibly bear to take these two treasures now? Xiao Hei shook his head from the side as well. Yang Yi placed them on the stone table and said, Don't refuse, this is my heartfelt intent. Moreover, these two dark treasures are nothing to me, yet to the both of you, they're treasures that can improve your strengths. Manzi still intended to refuse, yet Ching Hong said from the side, Big brother, take it. When they heard this, Manzi and Xiao Hei hesitated for a moment, and then they took the treasures from the stone table. Manzi cupped his fists and said to Yang Yi, Thank you, Brother Yang. Xiao Hei cupped his fists towards Yang Yi as well in order to display his gratitude. After they took the treasures, Manzi and Xiao Hei exchanged glances before they sensibly withdrew themselves from the stone house, and they left it to Ching Hong and Yang Yi. After she noticed that they'd left, Ching Hong looked at Yang Yi and said, Did you hear everything I said just now? Yang Yi was first stunned, and then he said with a slightly dazed expression, Big sister Ching Hong, what do you mean? Ching Hong didn't speak, and she just stared at Yang Yi without unblinking. After a short moment, Yang Yi couldn't keep it up, and he nodded. Actually, when had just arrived outside the stone house, had heard Manzi persuading Ching Hong to give up on him. At that time, for the sake of avoiding any embarrassment, Yang Yi hadn't entered the house, and he listened outside for some time. In truth, he was slightly surprised at that time because had never imagined that this sexy and beautiful woman before him would actually like him. Even though he was slightly surprised, Yang Yi didn't have any other thoughts. What he desired the most now was to quickly improve his strength and rescue his mother. Qing Hong's face blushed slightly red when she saw Yang Yi nod, and then she averted her gaze. For a time, the atmosphere was slightly embarrassing. After staying silent for a while, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he withdrew a scroll and the crimson-red sword had one from Jiang Yuan, and he passed it to Qing Hong as he said, "Big Sister Qing Hong, this is a yellow rank movement technique and a low-grade profound rank sword. It's for you." "Why?" Qing Hong gazed at Yang Yi as she asked this question. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "There's no reason. I like to give it to you, so I gave it to you." Qing Hong stared at Yang Yi for a short moment, and then she received the scroll and sword from him before she said, "I'll work hard to become strong, and I'll work hard to catch up to your footsteps. I'll wait for you to rescue your mother. I don't need any promises, nor do I need you to persuade me." Yang Yi's heart shook. After a long time, he sighed lightly and said, "Is it worth it?" Qing Hong gazed at Yang Yi and said, "It doesn't matter whether it's worth it or not. I like you, so I'm acting in this way." Yang Yi. Yang Yi left an hour later. As she gazed at the direction Yang Yi left towards, Qing Hong's left hand ceaselessly rubbed the pitch-black ring on a finger on her right hand. The ring was something Yang Yi had given her before he left, and it didn't just contain the movement technique and sword had given her, there was also over 1,000 energy stones within it. A long time later, Qing Hong muttered in a low voice, "I'll work hard to catch up to your footsteps." Chapter 78 Master Lin's Disciple. It wasn't long before Yang Yi's actions in South Peace City had been reported to the capital city in the state of Jing by that guard leader, and the vice city governor of the capital city, Lu Rong, was immediately infuriated. Not only had Yang Yi annihilated a clan in South Peace City, but had even killed the city governor of South Peace City on the streets itself. This was utter contempt towards the laws of the Grand Qing Empire. Of course, most importantly, the city governor of South Peace City was his subordinate. So, he immediately sent someone to notify the Talisman Masters Association branch in the state's capital city, and he asked the Talisman Masters Association to severely punish Yang Yi. When the officer in the branch investigated Yang Yi, and when he noticed that Yang Yi was Master Lin's disciple, his intentions to arrest Yang Yi had instantly vanished. What a joke! Punish Master Lin's disciple? Indeed, he had the authority to punish Yang Yi, but to offend Master Lin for the Lu clan and a tiny little city governor that wasn't related to him at all. There wasn't anything wrong with his head. So, this officer started to play a game of Tai Chi. He said that Yang Yi wasn't within his jurisdiction, and he asked Lu Rong to head to Rising Sun City. Lu Rong almost exploded with rage when the branch officer gave him such an excuse. However, he didn't dare flare up to the members of the Talisman Masters Association, but he was unwilling to let the matter go and leaving it unsettled. So, he headed to Rising Sun City to look for the officer there. However, Lu Rong had never expected that as soon as he spoke about the reason for his arrival, the expression of this officer immediately turned icy cold, and the officer even asked him to leave. "Sorry, I don't have the authority to deal with Yang Yi. He's directly managed by the headquarters in the imperial capital, so you have to go there." This time, Lu Rong wasn't infuriated. Since he was able to rise in the ranks to assume the position of vice city governor in a large city, he was naturally not an idiot. He knew that the origins of this grade 4 talisman master, Yang Yi, was definitely extraordinary. So, he immediately inquired about Yang Yi's origins from the officer. "He's Master Lin, Lin Shan's disciple." As soon as he finished speaking, the officer walked back into his own room. When he heard these words, Lu Rong was stunned for a long time, and then he broke out in cold sweat. "My God! I was actually trying to get Master Lin's disciple punished? Am I courting death?" Not to mention a vice city governor of a large city like him, even the marquis that controlled all the troops in the state of Jing didn't dare rashly offend Lin Shan. Yet had actually been going all around to look for someone to punish Yang Yi. This was no different than courting death. However, he couldn't just forget this matter. After all, Yang Yi had killed the city governor on the streets and annihilated a clan. If he didn't pursue the matter, then the Grand Qin Empire would definitely not spare him, and if he did pursue the matter, then the members of the Talisman Masters Association would definitely utilize their connections in the Empire to deal with him. Moreover, he couldn't push the matter to the person ranked above him like those beneath him had done because he was already that person at the top. Even though there was another true ruler of the state of Jing, he didn't dare to push this matter to that person. Because he existed to deal with matters like this, and if he pushed it up to his superior, then it represented that there was no value in his existence. It was a problem to pursue the matter, and it was also a problem if he didn't. After he left the Talisman Masters Association, Lu Rong felt even more depressed and conflicted the more he thought about it. In the end, he couldn't help but curse. Motherfucker! A tiny little city governor like you and a lousy clan actually dared to look for trouble with Master Lin's disciple. It doesn't matter if all of you died, but don't fucking implicate me as well. Do you think it's easy for me to be a vice city governor? Even though he cursed like this, Lu Rong still headed to the Talisman Masters Association's headquarters in the capital city of Qin. This time, he didn't say he wanted to punish Yang Yi, and he just described everything Yang Yi had done in South Peace City. Of course, he didn't exaggerate as well, and as soon as he finished speaking, he waited silently for Master Lin's reply. After waiting for a long time, he raised his eyes to look because Master Lin still hadn't spoken after so long, and he was almost immediately infuriated to the point of leaping up with rage. Because Master Lin had actually fallen asleep. Lu Rong forcefully endured his rage and said in a light voice, Master Lin, about this matter. Lin Shan opened his eyes and glanced at the surroundings, and then he rubbed his drowsy eyes and gazed at Lu Rong as he said with a puzzled expression, You are? Lu Rong's eyelids twitched while a million curses surged through his heart. He took a deep breath and forcefully endured his rage before he described everything once more. After he heard Lu Rong, Lin Shan frowned and said, That kid actually caused such huge trouble in South Peace City. He's truly a bastard. Don't worry, I'll absolutely not protect him, and I'll personally bring him back here and teach him properly. How outrageous! That's all? Lu Rong was stunned, and then he said, Master Lin, according to the laws of the Empire. Lin Shan suddenly stood up and said with slight anger, Didn't I say that I'll punish him? What else do you want? Are you trying to get my disciple killed? Huh! As he spoke, a strand of fiery red profound energy surged from his body, and he seemed like a volcano that was about to erupt. Lu Rong retreated repeatedly and said, Master Lin, calm your rage. I didn't mean that. I really didn't. I just need to give my superiors an explanation. Lin Shan grunted and said, You don't have to explain anything. I'll go look for Minister Li Si to deal with this matter. You can leave. Lu Rong heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and he said, I'll be taking my leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly turned around and left. He really didn't want to deal with Talisman Masters ever again in his entire life. After he watched Lu Rong leave, Lin Shan laughed bitterly and said, This fellow is just like Bauer. Both of them can't stay away from trouble. Even though Lin Shan hadn't met Yang Yi, had already taken Yang Yi to be his disciple. This wasn't entirely because of Yang Yi's natural talent, and it was also because Yang Yi had saved Bauer in the Sword Sect. In his heart, Bauer's value surpassed everything. So, even if Yang Yi wasn't a talisman master, wasn't his disciple, and was just an ordinary person, he would still stand out to protect Yang Yi. Because Yang Yi had saved Bauer. After bidding his farewells to Qing Hong and the others, Yang Yi gathered a great deal of information about the Flower Palace in South Peace City. After wasting an entire day of time like this, Yang Yi didn't stay here any longer, and he utilized the teleportation formation to return to the Sword Sect. Upon arriving at the sword sect, Yan Yi thought about Su Qingshi and little Yao. However, he didn't know where Su Qingshi lived, so he could only give up and head to Cool Breeze Gorge. On the enormous rock, Yan Yi called the little fellow out, and then he passed over the vermilion spirit fruit he won from Qingxue in the bed. He was very curious about what sort of profound effects this vermilion spirit fruit had because it actually caused the little fellow to not hesitate to intend to seize it by force. When it saw the fruit, the little fellow hurriedly embraced the fruit in its arms, and then rubbed the fruit with its little head. Its little mouth opened slightly, and it was about to eat the fruit when it seemed to have thought of something. After that, it closed its mouth again and seemed to be troubled. When he saw the little fellow act like this, Yang Yi said with a smile, "If you like it, then eat it." The little fellow shook its head, and then it transformed into a violet ray of light that entered Yan Yi's vortex dantian. After that, under Yan Yi's astounded gaze, the little fellow placed the fruit within the pool of profound energy in Yan Yi's vortex dantian. "Little fellow, what are you doing?" asked Yan Yi when he saw the little fellow do this. The little fellow waved its claws a few times. Even though it was slightly difficult to understand, Yan Yi still figures it out in the end. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva, and then he asked, "You're saying that if that fruit is planted there, then there'll be numerous fruits in the future?" The violet mink nodded excitedly. Yan Yi was speechless. This little fellow is really too mischievous. However, he didn't stop it because so long as the little fellow was happy, then had decided to let the little fellow do as it pleased. Yan Yi paid no further attention to the little fellow, and he withdrew the sword chest that Bao gave him. He gazed at the talisman markings on the sword chest and hesitated for a while before he poured his profound energy into it. As soon as his profound energy poured into the sword chest, the talisman markings on it instantly lit up, and the talisman markings seemed as if they'd come to life and flowed swiftly on the sword chest's surface. Suddenly, the 36 high-grade yellow rank swords within it shot out into the air, and they transformed into numerous sword lights that floated in the sky above the forest in the distance. The 36 swords laid down horizontally in the air and formed a circle in the sky above the forest. After that, the circle they formed started revolving at high speeds. At a certain period in time, the tips of the 36 swords suddenly pointed downwards, and then they suddenly shot down towards the forest beneath them. Bang! 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 That expanse of the forest was blasted apart. The mountains and the earth shook while countless bits of trees shot into the sky. In the next moment, the 36 swords emanated numerous strands of sword lights as they danced about throughout the forest, and it wasn't long before that expanse of the forest had become a barren expanse of level ground. As he gazed at the barren expanse of level ground, Yang Yi gulped, and then he said in a low voice, "What a formidable sword formation!" The might of this sword formation had truly shocked Yang Yi. He believed that even some high-grade profound rank sword techniques couldn't compare in might to this sword formation. In any case, his energy split sword technique and sword chi finger were absolutely unable to compare to this sword formation. However, this sword formation had a flaw, and that was the amount of profound energy it consumed was truly too enormous. During this period of time that had activated the sword formation, he had to ceaselessly pour his profound energy into the sword chest because only in this way could the sword formation be activated, and at this moment, utilizing it for this short period of time had almost dried up the profound energy within his body. Yang Yi hurriedly stopped pouring his profound energy into the sword chest. As soon as he stopped, the 36 swords that were flying about in the sky stopped moving, and then they flashed back into the sword chest. "I can utilize this as a life-saving trump card in the future," Yang Yi spoke in a low voice as he gazed at it. A violet glow flashed, and then the violet mink appeared before Yang Yi. The violet mink pointed its little claw at Yang Yi's sword chest, and then it pointed at Yang Yi's stomach. "You're saying that I should place this sword chest into the tiny vortex?" Yang Yi asked with an astounded expression. The violet mink nodded. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he nodded. However, he felt slightly depressed because he didn't know how to put things into his vortex dantian. In the end, he looked at the little fellow and said, "Help me place it in there." The little fellow nodded and then waved its little claw before entering Yan Yi's vortex dantian along with the sword chest that was in Yan Yi's hand. Yan Yi raised his head to gaze at the glimpse of brightness in the horizon, and he said in a low voice, "I have to head to the technique pavilion to see if there are any body refinement techniques. I have to advance to the first heaven realm as soon as possible. Mother, you must wait for me." 1. The concept of Tai Chi is to disperse force by moving along with it and redirecting it away. Chapter 79 Techniques. Yan Yi didn't rest, and he went directly to the technique pavilion, and because of Yan Yi's accomplishments in the sword servant pagoda, he could be considered as a celebrity in the sect. All along the way to the technique pagoda, all the outer court disciples bowed to Yan Yi and addressed him as a senior brother. Yan Yi felt slightly helpless towards all of this. However, since others gave him face, it was naturally inappropriate to make them lose face, so he replied to all of them one by one, thus causing the expression on his face to almost start twitching. Yan Yi had just arrived at the entrance to the technique pavilion when an outer court elder stopped him and said, "Kid, you're Yan Yi?" Yan Yi was stunned, and then he nodded and said, "Elder, you're?" The outer court elder smiled and said, "I'm the inheritance elder, Yen Su, that manages the technique pavilion. You're not bad, kid. You were actually able to ascend to the 22nd level. All those years ago, I lost at the 16th level. You're really not bad. Work hard and cultivate so that you can attain a good ranking for our sword sect during the ascension rankings." Yan Yi nodded slightly, and then he said, "Elder, can I enter the technique pavilion to choose some techniques?" Yen Su pondered deeply for a moment upon hearing this, and then he said, "According to the rules of the sect, outer court disciples have to pay in contribution points in order to choose techniques. However, since it's you, I can make an exception. It'll allow you to choose one yellow rank cultivation technique and one yellow rank combat technique on the yellow rank floor. As for the profound rank floor, earth rank floor, and heaven rank floor that resides above the yellow rank floor, those aren't places that are within my control." When he heard Yen Su, Yan Yi instantly had a good impression of this elder that stood before him, and he cupped his fists to Yen Su and said, "Thank you, elder." Yen Su smiled and said, "Go on in. Some of the yellow rank cultivation techniques and combat techniques in there are really good." Yan Yi thanked the elder once more, and then he walked into the technique pavilion. When he saw the scrolls that lay on the racks within the yellow rank floor, Yan Yi was extremely shocked in his heart, and he thought to himself, as expected of a sect. Based on the number of scrolls here, there are no less than 100,000 yellow rank cultivation techniques and combat techniques here. 100,000 yellow rank cultivation techniques and combat techniques. And it doesn't even include the techniques on the 3 floors above me. How shocking would such a scene be? Yan Yi suppressed the shock in his heart, and walked over to the cultivation techniques section on the left. He didn't feel like choosing a sword technique for now, because he hadn't fully grasped the Gale steps, sword control technique, energy split technique, sword chi finger, and the reactive strike that had created himself, so it was truly not suitable for him to learn other sword techniques. Yan Yi understood the principle of not biting off more than he could chew. Yan Yi directly disregarded those cultivation techniques that could improve the volume and quality of profound energy because that wasn't a problem for him at all. Especially in terms of volume, because if the tiny vortex cooperated, then it was simply inexhaustible, and even if the tiny vortex didn't cooperate, the golden profound energy that tiny vortex gave him was already sufficient for his current cultivation realm. He wanted to look for a cultivation technique that could improve his physical strength like the basic body refinement technique. Obviously, in this age where emphasis was placed upon profound energy and not the physical body, body refinement techniques were extremely rare. Yan Yi searched for almost 2 hours yet was unable to find a single cultivation technique that could improve the physical body. After another 2 hours passed, and right when Yan Yi was about to give up, his gaze suddenly lit up, and then he walked swiftly over to a rock at the corner before he stretched out his hand to pick up a scroll at the very bottom. Yan Yi blew off the dust on it, and then he saw the words that were written on it: Body Refinement Technique, 100 Fortifications. Yang Yi was delighted in his heart upon reading these words, and he hurriedly opened it up and started reading it. The 100 Fortifications technique is divided into 4 levels. The first level, hardening of the skin. The second level, iron skin and stone bones. The third level, bronze skin and iron bones. The fourth level, steel body. Every single time the physical body is improved, physical strength and defense will obtain a qualitative improvement, and when cultivated to the fourth level, it would be almost impossible for ordinary combat techniques to harm the body. When he saw this introduction, Yang Yi was rather disappointed. Yes, he was disappointed because this 100 fortifications technique was slightly weak. Because his current physical body was around the level of iron skin and stone bones, and so long as he worked hard for a while, he would probably be able to attain the bronze skin and iron bones level. In other words, this cultivation technique wasn't really useful to him. However, it was better than nothing. Especially because it provided explanations on the method to temper the body, and this was really good for Yang Yi. After he put the scroll away, Yang Yi was about to leave. Yet right at this moment, Yang Yi's eyes glanced towards a scroll that was placed by the 100 fortifications technique's side. On it he saw the words, High-grade yellow rank sword technique, Heavenren drawing technique. Yang Yi was stunned because had never expected that there would be a combat technique in this section for cultivation techniques. However, he quickly understood the reason for this, and it was probably placed in the wrong section. Yang Yi was driven his curiosity and picked up this scroll, and as he gazed at the word Heavenren on it, he said in a low voice, "What a name!" As soon as he finished saying these words, he started looking through the scroll. Heavenren sword technique, a high-grade yellow rank sword technique. As he read and read, Yang Yi's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and an excited expression appeared on his face. After around an hour, Yang Yi rolled the scroll again and said, "It's really good. Fortunately, I didn't let it slip by." The Heavenren drawing technique achieved the same goal as the reactive strike he created but through different means. It stressed upon being simple, succinct, and annihilating with a single strike. It didn't require any extra decorations or adornments. Of course, it sounded extremely formidable, yet Yang Yi knew that it was extraordinarily difficult to cultivate successfully. Because it required the accurate and flawless merging of strength and speed in order to attain the effect described in the technique. Perhaps it was extremely difficult for others, yet it wasn't for Yang Yi because he already possessed a foundation in this. Moreover, he only had to utilize this technique to perfect his own reactive strike. In the past, when Yang Yi utilized the reactive strike, he felt that it lacked something, and when he saw this sword technique now, he finally knew what it lacked. It lacked a form of instantaneous explosive force. In the past, had never placed his sword in a sheath. It wasn't just he who didn't place his sword within a sheath, most disciples of the sword sect didn't place their swords within a sheath. Because everyone felt that it was troublesome. If one's sword was placed within one's spatial ring, then it would appear in one's hand with a single thought. How convenient was that? This sort of way of thinking wasn't wrong, but Yang Yi's reactive strike shouldn't be utilized in this way. Because the reactive strike stressed upon searching for a weak point and then annihilating one's opponent with a single strike. So, in order to accomplish this, one didn't just need strength, speed, and discerning ability, one also needed explosive force. In other words, the force that the sword erupted with when it was drawn according to the Heavenren drawing technique. With the Heavenren drawing technique, Yang Yi was able to better perfect the reactive strike that had created, and this caused him to be slightly excited. Yang Yi took the 2 scrolls in hand and went downstairs, and then he arrived before Yen Su and said, "Elder Yen, I'll take these 2. When he saw the 2 techniques in Yang Yi's hand, Yen Su frowned and said, "A body refinement cultivation technique? Kid, could it be that you don't know how extremely painful it is to cultivate with a body refinement technique? Moreover, after you attain the first heaven realm, you'll be able to draw profound energy into the body to refine the body. So, there's entirely no need for you to intentionally temper your body." Yang Yi smiled and said, "It's fine, I just want to give it a try." He would naturally not tell the old man that body refinement suited him. However, the good intentions in the old man's voice caused Yang Yi's heart to feel slightly warm. Yen Su shook his head when he heard Yang Yi, and then he looked at the other scroll Yang Yi took and said, I won't say anything about your cultivation technique, but do you really intend to cultivate this heaven-ren drawing technique? Do you know that most sword techniques in our sword sect stress upon speed? But you'll still be drawing your sword while someone has already stabbed their sword towards you. That'll make you suffer a huge loss. Yang Yi said, Elder, thank you for your good intentions. But I still want to give it a try. Yen Su shook his head and said, Don't blame me for talking too much, but since I've taken up the position of inheritance elder, I've never seen someone lend a body refinement technique and the heaven-ren drawing technique. It isn't that this cultivation technique and combat technique aren't good, and it's instead because both of them are truly too difficult. Moreover, their effects may not necessarily be superior to other techniques. If you're willing to give up on them, then I can allow you to choose once more. Yang Yi smiled bitterly and said, I truly thank Elder Yen Su for your good intentions. But I still want to give them a try. If it's really too difficult, then I'll earn contribution points and exchange them for other techniques. Is that all right? Yen Su sighed when he saw that Yang Yi persisted on cultivating these techniques, and he said, Forget it. With your strength and potential, perhaps you'll really be able to allow these techniques to dazzle the world. Remember, the techniques of the sword sect can't be spread to someone outside the sect, and you must return them within a month of time. Otherwise, you'll be punished severely. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when Yen Su stopped persuading him, and then he hurriedly nodded. After Yen Su recorded the details of the techniques Yang Yi took them and headed towards Cool Breeze Gorge. However, when he passed by the training grounds, a familiar voice caused Yang Yi to stop moving, and then he looked towards the source of the voice. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.